हार्दिक स्वागत। आप सब को विदित है कि आज का ये आज ये संवाद कार्यक्रम यहां आयोजित हो रहा है और इस संवाद कार्यक्रम में आपकी महती भूमिका है। उस भूमिका को नमन करते हुए हम आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं। दीप प्रकाश का द्योतक है। दीप प्रकाश का द्योतक है और प्रकाश ज्ञान का। परमपिता परमात्मा से हमें संपूर्ण ज्ञान मिले, इसलिए दीप प्रज्वलन की इस परंपरा का हम यहां पालन कर रहे हैं। मेरा अनुरोध हमारे सभी मंचस्थ अतिथियों से कि आप सब दीप प्रज्वलन में शामिल हों। आइए, ये हम डेमो करके देख रहे हैं। आप मेरा सभी मंचस्थ अतिथियों से अनुरोध, दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए दीप शिखा के पास आप सब पहुंचें और आज के इस पावन अवसर को हम सब के बीच इस परंपरा को निभाते हुए हमें उपकृत करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। उन शब्दों के भाव बता दो जिनसे तुम आकर्षित हो। मुझको ऐसी ज्वाला दे दो जिसमें हृदय समर्पित हो। एक झलक दिखला दो मुझको, तम का तर्पण हो जाए। हृदय गरल सब सरल बने, मन का अर्पण हो जाए। हृदय गरल सब सरल बने, मन का अर्पण हो जाए। हम गौरवान्वित हैं आदरणीय चेयरमैन सर आदरणीय सचिव स्कूल शिक्षा एवं साक्षरता विभाग भारत सरकार, जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन और स्वागत। आज का ये अवसर राष्ट्रीय पाठ्यचर्या की रूपरेखा पर केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड प्रधानाचार्यों के साथ संवाद कार्यक्रम। आज का ये संवाद कार्यक्रम सीबीएसई के अपने इतिहास में एक बहुत ही बड़ा कदम। इस कार्यक्रम की अपनी विशेषता। आइए एक बार पुनः हम हार्दिक अभिनंदन करें आदरणीय सचिव सर का, जोरदार तालियों से। ये संवाद कार्यक्रम, आज का ये संवाद हम सबके बीच आयोजित हो रहा है और इस कार्यक्रम में हम सब शामिल हैं। हमारे आज के इस कार्यक्रम में विशेष तौर पर उपस्थित हुए आदरणीय श्री संजय कुमार, सचिव स्कूल शिक्षा और साक्षरता विभाग भारत सरकार, आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन श्रीमान। इसी क्रम में हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड के अध्यक्ष श्री राहुल सिंह सर, हम आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं सर। हम इस अवसर पर जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी प्राची मैम का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं। आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम इस अभिनंदन में सहभागी बने। आदरणीय विपिन सर, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सर, आपका भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत। आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम इन सभी महानुभाव का अभिनंदन और स्वागत करें। और हमारे साथ हम गौरवान्वित हैं मेंबर सेक्रेटरी मैडम केसांग जी का। आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करें। मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय अध्यक्ष केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड सर से आदरणीय सचिव सर को दीप शिखा के पास दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए लेकर आएं, और साथ ही हमारे सभी आमंत्रित अतिथिगण से भी मेरा अनुरोध। आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम सहभागी बने। दीप शिखा की प्रज्वलता के लिए मेरा अनुरोध आए हुए सभी आदरणीय अतिथिगण से। दीप प्रज्वलन। दीप प्रज्वलन किसी भी परंपरा को प्रारंभ करने का एक बहुत ही पुनीत दायित्व मुख्य अतिथि के करकमलों में दिया जाता है। दीप प्रकाश का द्योतक है, तो प्रकाश ज्ञान का, परमपिता परमात्मा से इसलिए दीप प्रज्वलन की परंपरा है। प्रज्वलन। कोई भी नया कार्य हो, समस्त शुभ कार्यों का आरंभ दीप प्रज्वलन से होता है। शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीपकाय नमोस्तुते। दीप को प्रणाम कर उन शब्दों के भाव बता दो जिनसे तुम आकर्षित हो। मुझको ऐसी ज्वाला दे दो जिसमें हृदय समर्पित हो। एक झलक दिखला दो मुझको, तम का तर्पण हो जाए। हृदय गरल सब सरल बने, मन का अर्पण हो जाए। हृदय गरल सब सरल बने, मन का अर्पण हो जाए। हृदय गरल सब सरल बने, मन का अर्पण हो जाए। मेरा अनुरोध अध्यक्ष केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड सर से कि वो आदरणीय सचिव सर को लेकर मंच पर हम सबके बीच। जी, साथ ही मेरा अनुरोध सचिव CBSE, साथ ही श्री विपिन सर एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, मैडम प्राची पांडे जी जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, और आप सब जोरदार तालियों से सहभागी रहें। आदरणीय मैडम से भी मेरा अनुरोध, हंसते रहिए, मुस्कुराते रहिए और अपनी जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत की इस कड़ी को प्रभावी बनाते रहिए। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और स्वागत। आप सबके लिए ये शब्द कि स्वीकृत आमंत्रण किया, रखा हमारा मान, कैसे करें कृतज्ञता। स्वागत है श्रीमान, स्वागत है श्रीमान, स्वागत है श्रीमान। स्वागत की इस कड़ी को प्रारंभ करने के लिए मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय राहुल सिंह सर, अध्यक्ष केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड से, वो ये नवांकुर हम सबकी ओर से आदरणीय श्री संजय कुमार सर को हम सबकी ओर से प्रदान करें और हम सब जोरदार तालियों से इस स्वागत की कड़ी में शामिल रहें। इसी क्रम में मेरा अनुरोध अध्यक्ष महोदय से कि वो आदरणीय विपिन सर को, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी महोदय को हम सबकी ओर से ये नवांकुर भेंट कर उनका अभिनंदन और स्वागत करें। स्वागत की कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय श्री हिमांशु गुप्ता सर से कि वो आदरणीय प्राची मैडम को हम सब की ओर से ये नवांकुर भेंट करें। जोरदार करतल ध्वनि से आइए हम सब शामिल रहें। मंच पर उपस्थित मैडम का भी हम हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं। मेरा अनुरोध हिमांशु सर से कि वो मैडम को हम सब की ओर से ये नवांकुर हम सबके स्नेह का भेंट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज का ये कार्यक्रम अपने आप में एक विशेष कार्यक्रम और CBSE के अपने अगर इतिहास में देखें तो इस तरह का एक बड़ा संवाद आज तक आयोजित नहीं हुआ है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम जहां आप लोग यहां उपस्थित हैं, साथ ही ऑनलाइन बहुत सारे साथी हमारे हमसे जुड़ चुके हैं। तो हम सभी ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल साथियों का अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबकी उपस्थिति के लिए। अब मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय श्री राहुल सिंह सर, चेयरमैन CBSE से वो आए और हम सब के बीच अपना स्वागत संबोधन रखें। आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम सर का स्वागत।
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you gathered here today, and also to those who have joined online. This is a very, in a way, specific but also slightly more generic interaction of Secretary Department of School Education and Literacy with selected CBSE schools to, in a way, deliberate upon the roadmap for implementation of the NEP and operationalization of the national curriculum frameworks. The NEP 2020 envisions a India-centric education system providing for high-quality education to all our children, with the objective being to transform India into a vibrant knowledge economy and indeed a superpower. Of course, this can't happen at once. It's not like the pushing a switch. However, the Government of India has initiated several measures which will improve the quality of education at all levels, and the NCF FS and the NCF SE has been introduced, which are crucial components of these endeavors. Just a minute, this is creating some dissonance. Yeah. For this interaction, I would like to welcome respected Shri Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy. Sir has an extensive experience of both higher education as well as elementary education at the state levels as well as now at the central level. It is at his initiative that today's interaction has been scheduled. The objective is a two-way dialogue with the principals of selected CBSE schools, and all of you know that we couldn't call all the schools, but we carefully curated schools which represent almost all the states of the country. The deliberations will focus on how to take forward the implementation of the NEP in the most seamless manner possible. I welcome you, sir, to today's deliberations, and I'm sure with your able helpmanship, this will be a success. The aim of the frameworks, the national curriculum frameworks, can be achieved only with good educational institutions where students feel cared for and are indeed welcomed. It is in this context that the school principals are here today. You represent various states and also certain government institutions. I welcome all the principals and heads of CBSE affiliated schools for today's interactions. Mr. Behr and Mr. Bhargav, Dr. Bhargav are not here, but it will be my proud privilege to also drop a note of welcome to both of them. Shri Anurag Behr is the CEO of the Azim Premji University Foundation, and Professor Manjul Bhargav is a professor of mathematics at Princeton University. As you are all aware, these two personages have been the architects of the two documents which will be the key to implementation of the NEP as we move forward. You will have occasion to hear them in detail and also interact with them in a question and answer session subsequently. In addition to the two eminent educationists, we also have other resource persons from within CBSE and NCRT to conduct a short presentation on the various issues which might also be plaguing your minds or playing on you. So that's Mrs. Suniti Sanwal, Professor Suniti Sanwal, Department of Elementary Education, NCRT. She will be speaking on Vidya Pravesh, Bal Vatika and Jadoi Pitara. Secretary CBSE Himanshu Gupta ji, he will speak on the issues of affiliation in line with the objective of NEP to have a light but tight regulation. Examinations. So Dr. Sayam Bhardwaj, I think he is the person whom the principals interact with and know the best amongst all in the CBSE. He will be speaking on the issue of examinations. Dr. Bishwajit Saha, CBSE, Director CBSE, he will be speaking on skill education. Dr. Pragya Singh, she is Director Academics. She will be talking on other ancillary issues related to academics and as well as on assessment. I also welcome all the officials of the Department of School Education and Literacy who are present here, Anand, Preet, Archana ji, as well as directors of the NVS, Madam from Kendriya Vidyalaya Society, from NCT, who are here to provide their valuable support and guidance in our joint endeavor to move ahead with the implementation of the NEP. And it underscores the seriousness that I'm able to see all the heads of institutions present in today's interaction. You will also have occasion to interact with them, not only during the earmarked sessions, but also in the Q&A, as well as subsequently during the mixed sessions of lunch or tea outside. Looking at the faces in front of me, I'm very certain that the principals will actively participate in the session, and I think rather they are itching to participate, and our interaction will enable us to come up with a definitive roadmap towards implementation of the NEP and operationalization of the frameworks. I once again welcome you all to today's session and hope for fruitful deliberations for the day. Jai Hind.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपने आज के इस जो सत्र आयोजित होने हैं उनके विषय में हम सबको जो जानकारी दी। आज का इस सत्र और इसके जो आने वाले परिणाम हैं निश्चित तौर पर स्कूल शिक्षा को बेहतर करेंगे। इस आशा और विश्वास के साथ एक बार पुनः आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन, आपका आभार सर। अब मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय सचिव स्कूल शिक्षा एवं साक्षरता विभाग श्री संजय कुमार सर से कि वो हम सब के लिए अपना प्रेरणादायी संबोधन हम सब के बीच रखें। आपका ये आशीर्वचन हम सबको हमारी उपलब्धियों को और बेहतर करने में मदद करेगा। इस आशा और विश्वास के साथ आइए जोरदार करतल ध्वनि से हम सर का स्वागत।
A warm good morning to all of you. My colleague, CBSE Chairperson, Shri Rahul Singh, Additional Secretary, Shri Vipin Kumar, Additional Secretary, Shri Anand, Joint Secretary, who looks after CBSE, our colleague, Srimati Prachi Pandey, Member Secretary, NCTE, Kesang Sherpa ji, Amarpreet, Joint Secretary, my colleague Archana Sharma Avasthi, Joint Secretary in the Ministry, Himanshu Gupta, Secretary CBSE, two of our very esteemed colleagues who've been part of this entire journey, Professor Manjul Bhargav and Shri Anurag Baherji. They are here with us, and I am very happy to see both of you, and a warm welcome to both of you. All our colleagues, the principals who are here in this hall, as well as I'm told there are 5,940 of them who have joined us online. You know, even now, after so long, when I am with the principals of school, somehow I always feel like a child. I get into the mode of saying, good morning, sir, good morning, ma'am. And though I think many of you would be younger than me today. That's the feeling. This morning, when I woke up, I discovered that today is the birthday of George Orwell. George Orwell's real name is Arthur Eric Blair, and he was born in India in a place called Motihari in Bihar in 1903. And after having spent 1 year, he went back to England. This morning, and then he studied there, he did his schooling from there. What does he write? This is in 1910s, when he went to a grammar school. I thought this is very instructive, and I shall read it for you. Over a period of 2 or 3 years, the scholarship boys were crammed with learning as cynically as a goose is crammed for Christmas. At St. Cyprian's, that's the school he went, the whole process was frankly a preparation for a sort of confidence trick. Over a period of 2 or 3 Your job was to learn exactly those things that would give an examiner the impression that you knew more than you did know. And as far as possible to avoid burdening your brain with anything else. This was written almost about 105 or maybe 110 years back. You may like to think and discuss amongst yourself, and as far as possible to avoid burdening your brain with anything else. We have a very, very far-reaching document amongst ourselves, the National Education Policy 2020, which I often say is the DNA of the Indian education system, or even not even say DNA of the education system is the DNA of the Indian society, because the education forms the basis of just about everything. It influences the way you think, and what you think makes you what you are. So, sometime back we were talking, and we said that let us have a conversation with all our CBSE principals, because let me say that we have a great comfort in Government of India with the CBSE schools and the CBSE principals. And whatever we do new, your schools often become the laboratory for trying out those endeavors, trying out those interventions, and also a way of taking feedback to be able to improve things in a manner which is the normative sense, I would say, desirable. In a manner which is so I'm very happy that you are all of you are here. I think there are several issues which we would want to talk about, and there are some very, very important presentations to be made on NCF SE, on NCF FS, and the kind of things you've been discussing amongst yourself, and you may have a lot of questions, but then you have the practical experience which we don't have. You would be able to tell us as to how a policy is going to play out in your schools, and based on that, we would try and see as to how we can tweak the policy to make it better work in the schools of which you are a part. So the NEP 2020, what are the salient features? I'm just going to make bullet points. The most important portion is foundational literacy and numeracy. Every child who comes to class 1 should do at least 3 years of pre-primary classes. We are talking about experiential learning as compared to learning by rote. I often say that learning by rote is not bad in itself. It also serves a certain purpose. That's the way our brain works. But then if you do not understand what you are speaking, then I think there is something wrong somewhere. So we are talking about experiential learning and no hard separation between knowledge. So again, our system is designed in a manner that the commerce stream, humanities stream, and the science stream, they all don't speak to each other. And this is not the way knowledge has been devised, or this is not the way the knowledge has developed in nature. We human beings, because of our own limitation of understanding, we have divided it into so many parts. Can we start working at the intersection and start seeing as to how science looks from the point of view of a person who's studying or who primarily aims to study humanities? Because there is scope for cross-fertilization, and NEP envisages this. How we are going to do that, I think Professor Bhargava is going to talk to you about it. Indian knowledge systems, again, is extremely important. Our learning should be rooted in our culture. And I don't think that knowledge per se is very objective. It also emanates the way we think, and the way we think, it emanates from the culture to which we belong. So it should be culture specific. Look at the Japanese. When they study Japanese, they have introduced so many terms in management which flows in from their experience as a society. Kaizen. I don't think so the Americans would have thought about Kaizen. Can we also start thinking about education from the perspective of our culture? And of course, assessment and examinations are extremely important, because I often say that what you learn, how you will learn, to a very large extent is dependent on the way you are assessed. If you are assessed differently, then we all have a tendency to learn differently. There are 4 curriculums which are being made by our National Steering Committee. One is National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Studies. It was released on 20th of October 2022. The National Curriculum Framework for School Education was out in July 2023. The teacher education, I think, is almost in a stage where we would be able to release it. It's in the public domain. And subsequent to that, adult education is the last curriculum framework which the National Steering Committee shall be bringing out in pursuance to the NEP 2020. For foundational studies, I think we already have come out with a learning teaching material. There is a Jadvi Pitara for pre-primary classes. There is an electronic equivalent of it, which we call the e-Jadvi Pitara. Books for classes 1 and 2 are already there in the market. Are they being used? That is the larger question which I want to impress upon you, that we need to discuss this. In pursuance to the National Curriculum Framework for School Education, books are being prepared. I think we are The class 3 books have gone to the press, and we are working against time so as to be able to bring in the books for class 6. Not just in time, but hopefully by 15th of July, these books would be made available to you. But then the rest of the books would follow in, and they shall be made available to you as and when the new academic session begins. You know, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a hand-waving argument. NCERT develops the curriculum with the aid of experts, and it also prints the books. We just looked at the number of students who are part of CBSE, a little more than 2.5 crores. We worked out the number of books which would be required by just the CBSE students, not even talking about the states. Works out to about 15 crores. And NCERT is printing about 1/3 of that. So this is suggesting that the curriculum framework which we have made so painstakingly, the books which we have developed, and Anurag ji and I always have a discussion about it, that making books are a labor of love. And I can tell you, without sounding very preposterous, that these books which are now going to come and your children are going to hold in their hands would be very different from what they've had it in the past. But somehow our books are not being used. I would want to hear from you as to what is the problem and the reason for so. I know there is a very large ecosystem of private publishers. There is a very large economy which exists outside the NCERT books. But even assuming, I am the last person to say that you should only read one set of books. But can we say that we would use the NCERT textbooks as the main textbook and use the rest as supplementary textbooks? Because no single book perhaps can capture all the kind of knowledge which exists there, even at a very primary or a middle level. So other books can be used as supplementary books. So this is one point I would want to hear from you. Skilling is extremely important, and the NEP 2020 envisages that from class 6 onwards, skills shall be introduced in all our schools. So by the time a child gets out of school in the class 12th, he or she is at least proficient in one skill. And to be able to measure and assess, I think boards are becoming awarding bodies. And also the fact that national credit framework is there. CBSE is fully seized with the matter. They've been talking to you, and they've been telling you as to how NCF can be operationalized in our schools. We would want to hear from you as to what is happening on the skilling front, how it can be made how it can be made better, and how we can generate an interest for it. I mean, when I say generate an interest for it, what I am saying is that how do we create a demand for skills in our schools without we having to push many sides? Many of the things which we are doing, often we are approaching it from the supply side. And when you're approaching it from the supply side, a lot of things don't happen in a manner initially we had thought, and then later we start wondering as to why things have not been happening in that manner. So that is one point. Assessment is extremely important, and CBSE is doing workshop with you. They have a system of measuring the way children are learning, their learning outcomes. We are also doing the National Achievement Survey. All these things should ensure that our learning outcomes should become better. I must take this opportunity to congratulate CBSE for having devised, I think, one of the finest Vidya Samiksha Kendra in the country. I had gone to the CBSE office, and it indeed is extremely good. How do I use this Vidya Samiksha Kendra? To ensure that I am able to track the learning outcome of each and every child for as long as the child is part of our schooling system. So there is a holistic progress card. I think it has become a little long, but then we would require your suggestion on this as to how do I make it a little more functional, if at all that can be done. For every child, the HPC should be prepared and it should be mounted on it should be onboarded on the Vidya Samiksha Kendra using what we are now saying is an APAR ID. Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry. I've said it so many times that normally I don't remember these things, but in this particular case I've said it so many times that I remember it. So every child must have an APAR ID. We want that APAR ID to be linked to the Aadhaar number in a voluntary manner. And the moment you do that, you get a DigiLocker to yourself, your academic bank of credit begins. You make the child's HPC and you put it on the VSK. The child gets a place where he or she can access his or her academic record for as long as he has access to that DigiLocker. For me, it is important because then I'll be able to see as to how children are doing in maths at a macro level. I can assess that. If some correction needs to be made to make the course and the curriculum more relevant, it would suggest things, because when you start looking at data, the data starts telling you a story, and it also gives you great insight into what we are doing, which we otherwise sometimes miss. So this is the second point I want to mention. Last couple of points. What is going to be the future of CBSE? As of now, we have 28,000 plus schools. Where do we see ourselves in the next 5 years, 10 years? Or as the Honorable Prime Minister always says, by 2047, when India completes 100th year of its independence, how many schools we will have? While grappling with the fact that there are issues which are undesirable, like running of dummy schools, propelled and fueled by the coaching culture which has developed all around us. And for the last many days, when you wake up in the morning, you see the way it is playing out in the public life. And I don't think that any of you would be feeling very happy about it, the way it is playing out. But then all of us need to put our heads together and find a collective solution that how do I get out of this coaching desire. Of course, there are larger questions of supply and demand and supply, but within that also, I think you who are some of the sharpest and the brightest minds in the country who have experience of running schools, you would be able to suggest to us as to how do we do things. We are also working on having a board of CBSE which will go international. Just like IB and other international boards, CBSE is working on a CBSE International. And I think there is no other way better to export your soft power than to have schools in foreign countries which are affiliated to CBSE International. And we would want, and we'd much rather desire that this experiment succeeds in a manner. We Indians we are great in running schools. We have such experience. We can reach out to the global south and help them to do things. And you know, one of our quality always has been that what the others do for an amount of X, we do it at a fraction of the cost. That is the ingenuity of us as a society and as a culture. The last point I want to mention is that there is the government system and there is a private system, and often the two don't meet. We need to work at the intersectionality where private schools, which are some of the best schools which we are running in the country, also become a part of the larger educational ecosystem which is being managed by the Department of School Education and Literacy. Can we create an institutional mechanism by which there is a constant learning between the two of us and also sharing of ideas? So I would request Chairperson CBSE to constitute or think of constituting an institutional mechanism by which you, NCRT, CBSE, and Department of School Education and Literacy can come together and there is cross-learning, sharing of cross-learning. So these are some of the initial thoughts which come to my mind when I speak to you this morning. Huxley wrote a book in 1931. He called it Brave New World. And Salman Khan of the Salman Khan Academy fame, he has dropped the L from the world. So he's named his book Brave New World. And how AI is making inroads, how technology is making inroad in our schooling system, in our education, this is what he talks about. I came across a quotation in that in which he writes about Alexander the Great. And he writes that Alexander's teacher was Aristotle. And he says that his parents taught him to live, but his teachers taught him to live well. I guess all of us need to live well. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। निश्चित तौर पर आपने अपने इस संबोधन से हमारे लिए वो रास्ता बना दिया है जो हम सबको नई नई उपलब्धियों को प्राप्त करने में मदद करेगा। आपका ये संबोधन आने वाले समय में हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करेगा और हम बेहतर करने में सक्षम होंगे। यहाँ सभी शिक्षक हैं और किसी ने कहा है कि सुंदर सुर सजाने को साज बनाता हूँ, नौसखिए परिंदों को बाज बनाता हूँ और चुपचाप सुनता हूँ शिकायतें सबकी, तब दुनिया बदलने की आवाज़ बनाता हूँ। निश्चित तौर पर आपका ये संबोधन हमारी इस आवाज़ को और प्रभावी करेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मेरा आप सबसे अनुरोध कि आप सब अब हम सब के साथ यहाँ इस सभागार में पहली पंक्ति में आ जाएं और मेरा अनुरोध श्री अनुराग बेहर, मैडम प्रोफेसर मंजुल भार्गवा जी और प्रोफेसर सुनीति सानवाल जी को कि आप सब मंच पर आ जाएं। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत। पंख ही काफी नहीं आसमानों के लिए, हौसले भी चाहिए ऊंची उड़ानों के लिए, और सर का संबोधन हमें इस ऊंची उड़ान की ओर लेकर चलेगा। अब मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय सचिव केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड आदरणीय हिमांशु सर से, वो इस अवसर पर श्री अनुराग बेहर जी से मेरा अनुरोध मंच पर आ जाएं और सर से मेरा अनुरोध नवांकुर हम सब की ओर से अनुराग जी को दें। अनुराग जी मंच पर हमारे साथ आइए, सब सहभागी बने इस स्वागत में। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अनुराग जी लगातार नवाचारों पर कार्य कर रहे हैं और आपका अभिनंदन और स्वागत। इसी क्रम में मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय हिमांशु सर से, वो प्रोफेसर सुनीति सानवाल जी को इस अवसर पर ये नवांकुर भेंट करें। इस अवसर पर आपका भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन सर। प्रोफेसर सुनीति सानवाल जी का अभिनंदन इस नवाचार के माध्यम, नव अंकुर के माध्यम से नवाचार की इस कार्यशाला में। प्रोफेसर मंजुल भार्गव हमारे साथ इस अवसर पर। आज का ये कार्यक्रम इस संवाद में, जैसा आदरणीय सर ने हमें बताया कि इस कार्यक्रम को हम किस किस तरह से और प्रभावी कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम इस कार्यक्रम को बेहतर तरह से आगे ले जा सकते हैं, किस तरह हम CBSE में पढ़ने वाले अपने करोड़ों विद्यार्थियों का जीवन रोशन कर सकते हैं, इन्हीं बिंदुओं पर चर्चा करने के लिए आज का ये पहला सत्र, जिसमें हमारे साथ उपस्थित हैं श्री अनुराग बेहर, CEO अजीम प्रेमजी फाउंडेशन, साथ में प्रोफेसर मंजुल भार्गव, Professor in Mathematics, Princeton University, United States of America. आप दोनों हमारे साथ चर्चा करेंगे राष्ट्रीय पाठ्यचर्या रूपरेखा आधारभूत चरण का परिचय देने के लिए। साथ ही आप इसमें जिस जिस तरह के नवाचार किए जा रहे हैं उन सब से भी हम सबको परिचित कराएंगे। तो मेरा अनुरोध अब आप सब से कि हमारे सम्मुख आप नेशनल फ्रेमवर्क फॉर फाउंडेशनल स्टेज पर आप अपना इंट्रोडक्टरी रिमार्क हम सबके बीच रखें। एक बार आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम इनका अभिनंदन और स्वागत करें। स्लाइड्स हैं वहां पर, स्लाइड्स का
works. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, namaskar, suprabhat. It's a real honor to be with all of you, all the respected members on the dais, and of course the respected members of the ministry who are here, of NCRT, and of course CBSE, and most of all,
mic ऊपर लीजिए please.
A little later. How about now? Okay. So it's a real honor to be with all of you, with the respected members of the dais and NCRT and CBSE and the ministry, and most of all, of course, the respected principals of CBSE schools. It's a real pleasure and honor to be with all of you. It's really the CBSE school principals that we're most excited to be with today, because all the policies and the curriculum frameworks that we've been developing over the last 3 or 4 years, it is through the CBSE principals that these will really become a reality on the ground. We all have a common goal here, which is that we want to move India's school education system to being second to none in the world. That's really our common goal of all of us here today. And as we often say, where the CBSE schools go, the rest of the nation's schools go. And so it is in the hands of the CBSE principals. CBSE is really the leader in setting the tone for the school education system. And when CBSE takes the lead, then the rest of the nation's schools will also come along. And so if we want to make India's school education system second to none in the world, it is through the CBSE school system that will really happen. And of course, it's the principals of the CBSE schools that will really make this happen. And so we're here to ask for your help and your leadership and your advice on how to make these transformations happen. And so what we wanted to do today is give an overview of the kinds of transformations that the think tanks that we put together over the last few years have come up with that will really modernize the school education system while being rooted in India's knowledge and cultural heritage. As Secretary Sanjay Kumarji was saying, we have to make sure that we have a cutting-edge education system, but yet it be rooted in the local context, because that is how students best learn. So I thought I'd spend maybe 20, 25 minutes describing the philosophy behind, the rationale behind the transformations that are being requested of India's school education system and being requested of you to sort of take the leadership to move in this direction on the ground. And then in the next half hour, maybe Anurag will give some more details about some of these changes and how to affect them. And then we'll try to open it up for discussion, get your questions
and feedback and suggestions on how to take these things forward and really make this dream a reality of taking India's school education system to an entirely new and high orbit. So, let's see if I can try to move this. Slides to work. I'm good. So a lot of what we're talking about today has its roots in the new National Education Policy, which came out in the year 2020. So the National Education Policy 2020, it was an ambitious policy document that called for an overhaul of India's total education system in a holistic way. Both school and higher education have to transform together to really achieve the transformations we're looking for. So NEP was an ambitious policy document that called for an overhaul of India's education system to make it more holistic, experiential, enjoyable, rooted in India, and of the very highest quality for all students. And the National Curriculum Framework, which was finalized just last July, and its aim was to bring about the changes that were recommended by the NEP by effecting the corresponding changes in India's school curriculum. So, what are the major paradigm shifts recommended by the NEP and the NCF? And these are the paradigm shifts that we all must keep in mind when we're carrying out these changes on the ground. The first really major paradigm shift that wasn't there before is that we really want there to be access to quality early childhood care and education for all children. This is crucial, and I'll talk a little bit more about why in a moment. We also want to move towards, so that's one paradigm shift. Everybody, all children should have access to early childhood care and education starting age 3, 4, and no later than that. We want to move towards a more multidisciplinary and holistic education. We want to move away from the kind of streaming that we've seen. In the 21st century, we're going to need multi-skilled people, and so we want to make sure that students are getting a multidisciplinary and holistic education where skills from multiple domains can be applied to solve real-world problems. We want to move towards a more experiential, activity-based, and discussion-based learning, where children actually use the creative side of the brain and not just the analytic side of the brain. So concentration not just on rote learning, but also on analysis and creative thinking. Where am I supposed to put this? Okay. And finally, we want each of the stages of school education to be aligned with the developmental stages of children's growing up. So a new curricular pedagogical structure, 5+3+3+4, has been designed to ensure that the pedagogy style in each grade is aligned with the child's developmental stage. So these we can think about as being sort of the four main paradigm shifts recommended by the NEP and the NCF. And I'll say a little bit more on the details of this. So, the importance of early childhood education, of course, all of you know very well, and we've known this in India since ancient times, that it's very important to have cognitive stimulation at very young ages. But now we also have very concrete scientific evidence of why it's so important not to let those early years go by without proper stimulation. So now we can do PET scans, PET scans of the brain, of children who have had cognitive stimulation in the early years versus those that have not. And it's remarkable to see that there's actually a difference in the brains of children who have had cognitive stimulation in the early years versus those that have not. There's certain parts of the brain that develop in a healthy brain that has been stimulated versus children's brains that have not. And this is really remarkable, that you can actually see physical differences in the brain between those sets of children who have had early childhood education and proper emotional and cognitive stimulation in the early years versus those that have not. And so this is clear scientific evidence that, and these children who have not had that stimulation have been followed in studies, and they fall behind. And those that have had stimulation in the early years perform better throughout their school years and into college. And so this is very well documented now, and there's no better evidence than this than the PET scans of brains to show that we must not let any child not have that access to early childhood education. And so the point is that students who start out behind tend to stay behind throughout their school years and therefore throughout their lives. And there is now solid scientific evidence that makes this very, very clear. And so early childhood education is just crucial if we want to take India and its education system to that highest level. And so the best way to educate children in the early years is through play, because children naturally play at that age, and so if you can cognitively stimulate them in those early years through play, then that's the best way of educating young children. And so a play-based education system for early child education is considered extremely important to build those all-important lifelong skills of teamwork, social interaction, compassion, communication, cultural appreciation, and creativity. These must be developed in the early years. And so our goal here is really to think about ways that we can make sure that all children are getting access to this early childhood education. These early years are also the best period for a child to learn through play about alphabets, languages, numbers, counting, colors, shapes, indoor and outdoor play, puzzles and logical thinking, and arts and crafts, and movement, and so on. All these, if they are developed in the early years, they develop the correct areas of the brain early on. By the age of 6, 85% of the brain of a child is developed. So if it's developed in the right way in those early years, then it really shapes how a child learns throughout the rest of their lives. So this is absolutely crucial. There must be an excellent play-based curriculum and pedagogy in place for children 3 to 6 years old, delivered through a significantly expanded system of early childhood education, institutions, and, as I said, CBSE affiliated institutions. If they take the lead on this, then the whole country will follow. And this, of course, was the reason for the development of the new NCF-FS, NCF for the foundational stage, is to give that play-based curriculum for all children, based on the most current research in neuroscience. So that's what the NCF-FS was meant to deliver, and many initiatives by CBSE and by NCRT, like the Jadui Patara that Suniti-ji will be talking about, were developed for this very purpose. And again, CBSE institutions, if they can take the lead on implementing the NCF-FS, implementing the Jadui Patara, that will really transform school education in the country, we believe. So what are other major paradigm shifts recommended by the NEP and NCF? We just mentioned early childhood education. We also want to make sure we have a more multidisciplinary and holistic education. We want holistic development across all capacities. The goal, so all capacities, intellectual, social, physical, ethical, emotional. We want a holistic development across all capacities. The goal being to develop good human beings capable of independent rational thought, with compassion, humaneness, courage, creativity, ethics, and a rootedness in India. So that's the multidisciplinary and holistic education that is really needed for 21st century living. Another major paradigm shift is that we want to move towards more experiential learning rather than just rote learning, because we need students to develop the ability to think analytically and creatively, participate in discussions, and become adept at speaking, writing, and other 21st century skills. And mainly, the way we've been writing in the policies is that we want to make sure that they know, that they learn how to learn. So it's not just what they learn in the classroom, but the ability to learn so that they become lifelong learners. That's the most important skill that we want to teach. So learning how to learn. And then, as I said, a new curricular pedagogical structure was developed, 5 + 3 + 3 + 4, to make sure that curricular and pedagogical approaches in the classroom are in line with the developmental stages of the child. And so we encourage you to read the NCF in detail and how the curriculum and pedagogy are designed for each stage so that they're lined up with the developmental stage of the child. So the curriculum has been designed in each stage so that it satisfies all these major paradigm shifts and also is in line with the developmental stages, physically, emotionally, and in terms of the brain. So other key paradigm shifts that are mentioned in the NEP and the NCF. So we already mentioned early childhood care and education. Ensuring foundational literacy and numeracy for all children, as the Secretary mentioned, is absolutely key. And so having a curriculum in CBSE that ensures foundational literacy and numeracy will help that percolate throughout the country. Early childhood education is one measure that will ensure foundational literacy and numeracy for all children, but there are many others. We have to keep coming back to those literacy and numeracy elements even in the early grades. Grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we have to keep working at developing solid literacy and numeracy. Even as the curriculum advances further, we still have to make sure we come back to those foundational elements in the early grades. And one major way of enhancing children's ability to achieve foundational literacy and numeracy is an emphasis on the mother tongue as the primary medium of instruction, particularly in the early years, along with high-quality teaching of all languages. When one really masters the mother tongue, well, then one can actually learn other languages much more easily. There's a lot of evidence for this. Many times in India, there's this desire by parents that you go straight to English. But of course, we all know as educationists that if they learn to speak and write their mother tongue well, then they actually learn other languages better. And concepts, learning new concepts, are best understood if one's thinking in the mother tongue. If one's learning it through the mother tongue, then you can actually understand concepts with greater depth. If you're learning new concepts in a new language, it actually makes it harder to absorb those concepts because you're still struggling with the language. So the language in which you originally think in, if you learn concepts there, you actually learn them better. Emphasis on holistic education. That includes vocational education, art education, physical education, in all stages of education. These subjects are just as important as math and science and social science. That is a message that CBSE principals can really try to deliver to parents. We all know that in the culture of the country, parents are often saying, we just want them to learn math and English and science. But an all-around education is really the best way for a child to progress and become multi-skilled and successful. Developing the creative side of the brain, the physical body, are also just as important. And being vocationally trained. Vocational education should not be considered second tier to mainstream education. It should be part of mainstream education. All of these subjects should be part of mainstream education. To make room for children to develop holistically across all these subjects, it's important to reduce the content in each subject to the core essentials. That makes room for discussion and analysis and creativity, and it makes room for the holistic development that we're looking for. Rootedness in India, we already talked about, including the integration of Indian knowledge. Children learn best when the way they are being taught is rooted in their local context. And the criticality of the culture of schools in attaining all these educational goals. this can't be overemphasized. For example, if we're trying to teach sustainability, if the school itself is carrying out sustainable practices, then that is the best way by which students will also learn to carry out sustainable practices. Or if we want to convince all students that all subjects are important, including art and physical education and vocational education, then the culture of the school has to be such that we're emphasizing how important all subjects are and how fun all subjects are equally. And of course, the centrality of the role of the teacher, including principals, in the transformation of the education system. The leaders here are the ones who are going to take all these initiatives forward. And finally, equity and inclusion as a cornerstone to carry out all these changes. We want to make sure that every student gets to participate in this new dream of education. We don't want to leave any students behind. And so making policies, making curricula that include all students is key to bring the whole education system up. So these are the philosophies and the rationale behind what we wrote in the NCF and the NEP. These are the reasons behind why many of those initiatives were developed. And with this background, we really urge you to read the NCF and see how we have thought to design curricula and policy to deliver on these educational goals. So the design of the foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary stages, the 5+3+3+4 that we were talking about, they're outlined on these slides, which we'll send to everyone. I won't go through them in great detail, but there's the foundational stage, ages 3 to 8, which should be play-based pedagogy, and it should be available to all children. Then there's the preparatory stage, which is grades 3 to 5, which is still play-based, but starts to bring in some interdisciplinary subjects, as well as some vocational exposure. Light textbooks, but very experiential, and still with significant play in the preparatory stage. This is up to grade 5, where children naturally learn through play and exploration. The middle stage goes from grades 6 to 8, and there subjects are more formally introduced. Subject teachers are introduced. There are 3 languages: mathematics, art, physical education, vocational education, science, and social science, all as equally important subjects. And finally, there's the secondary stage, which are in 2 phases, grades 9 to 10 and grades 11 to 12. In grades 9 to 10, for the first time, we really want all students to learn all subjects. So all students will learn 3 languages: mathematics, art, physical education, vocational education, science, and social science, in as interdisciplinary way as possible, along with ethics and environmental education, which are so critical for living in the 21st century. We really want to move towards board exams becoming easier in each subject so that they can learn many subjects. And so that pressure isn't there of learning, so that learning can be fun again, rather than everyone having that pressure of board exams, that one day in their life that seems to determine their whole life. We want to move away from that gradually. This can't be done in one shot, but we want to move towards board exams being easier in each subject. Students take board exams in every subject. And this will also help solve this coaching problem that we're facing, where if board exams are much easier and they're across many subjects and they're available more than once to take, then the pressure of board exams will be less. The pressure to undergo coaching will be less. So that's one other goal. And I know that will then generate a lot of discussion, as it is. Yeah. And secondary stage, phase 2, will then be choice-based courses to enable flexibility for students and to remove hard separations between academic areas. And yet it's going to be designed in a way that students have to take multiple areas still. Not everybody can only take math and science in grade 11 and 12. They have to have some humanities, they have to have some art or physical education. So grades 11 and 12 will be designed in a way that they have plenty of choice, yet still have good subject distribution across humanities, sciences, arts, and physical education. So this design ensures both breadth and depth. Again, we urge everyone to really read the NCF and get a feel for the rationale behind these, and to think about ways of how this can be delivered in our schools. And again, easier board exams with greater emphasis on conceptual understanding and competencies rather than rote learning, which we have still too much of today. So what are the key deliverables of the new curriculum? So through the new curriculum, we want to make sure that all students develop foundational literacy and numeracy. This must be given the highest priority. All students should achieve foundational literacy and numeracy by grade 3, with a continued emphasis on those that might have fallen behind in grades 4 and 5 to make sure that everyone achieves foundational literacy and numeracy by grade 3 and certainly by grade 5. Constitutional and other human values must be developed, such as gender equality. A rootedness and pride in India. That's another deliverable that we want to make sure we achieve. A sense of service, seva to others who are in need to one's country and to the world. 21st century capacities, speaking, writing, multilingualism, problem solving, sustainable living, socio-emotional capacities, and as we said earlier, the ability to continue to learn. Somehow the slides aren't going ahead. Sorry. This button doesn't work so great. Yeah, we'll share these. I'm sorry that this is not going ahead so well. Yeah. Should I go back to the previous one? 2 back. I'm trying. पीछे करेंगे कोई? Does anyone have control? Oh, there we go. There we go. So the secondary stage 2, grades 11 and 12, was designed in a way to give choice while still giving breadth and depth. So it's choice-based, but still making sure that all students are learning across different subject areas. And we'll make sure to share these slides with everyone, of course. And this is all written in detail in the NCF. Okay, so we'll share this with everyone, of course. Oops. Tricky. Okay. So these are some of the key deliverables of the new curriculum. Foundational literacy, numeracy, constitutional values, rootedness and pride in India, sense of service, 21st century capacities, the ability to learn, continue to learn on one's own over a lifetime. And the end goal, of course, is preparedness for higher education and gainful employment. And just keeping in mind that a true multidisciplinary and holistic education is one that would prepare students not just for their first job, but for their second and third jobs. Jobs change over one's lifetime. If students are multi-skilled and have a multidisciplinary and holistic education, they'll be able to adjust to any changes in the employment landscape. So that's why it's so important to have this multidisciplinary and holistic education system. So I think I'll stop. I'll stop there and move it over to Anurag. Yeah. Thank you so much for your attention. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, this is a great note.
just make it?
Oh, sure.
I just like to tell everyone that there won't be a separate coffee break. Coffees are outside, so in case anybody wishes to have coffee in between, he can go and take a sip and come back. Thank you.
हाँ ठीक है. गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्कार. हिमांशु जी ने बहुत समस्या पैदा कर दी है मेरे लिए. ये सब तुरंत कॉफी के लिए भागना चाहते हैं. गुजारिश ये है कि कुछ देर रुक जाइए. ठीक है, मैं आपको एक बात अश्योर कर सकता हूं. आप लोगों ने शोले देखी है? शोले किसने देखी है? ठीक है. कितनी बार नहीं देखी है. देखिए क्या है कि 2016-17 से ना मंजुल और मैं इतने साथ काम कर रहे हैं कि कभी कभी हमें समझ में नहीं आता है कौन क्या सोचता है. बस समस्या ये है कि जय कौन है, वीरू कौन है, हमको समझ में नहीं आता है. ठीक है. But it has been a great privilege for me working with Manjul as my friend. It's been a great privilege to have a education secretary like संजय कुमार जी. ठीक है. बड़े रेयर व्यक्ति हैं ये, क्योंकि मुझे ना बड़ी ईर्ष्या होती है उन लोगों से जो मेरे से ज्यादा किताबें पढ़ते हैं. तो मैं जो किताब बोलता हूँ, he has read it. It's just incredible. बहुत ही कमाल की बात है. And anyway, so I have got so many stories about him. Suniti ji is here. It's so lovely to have her here, you know, because, and I can't, Suniti ji is here, Prachi ji is here, and, you know, Suniti ji was, I would say, one of the key architects of the foundational stage curriculum. So she deserves all the applause. See, the thing is, I asked you a question. शोले किसने नहीं देखी है, किसने देखी है? I'm going to ask you another question, because I'm learning from Sanjay ji, and the best defense in front of principals is an offense. Correct? तो एक सवाल और पूछता हूं. आप में से मुझे कोई ये बताए कि NCF स्कूल एजुकेशन में कितने पेजेस हैं?
611.
अरे वाह, आप लोग तो सब पास हो गए. अच्छा, थोड़ा मुश्किल सवाल है, थोड़ा मुश्किल सवाल. एक पायदान और ऊपर. NCF FS में कितने पेजेस हैं? थोड़ा सा मिस कर गए. 357, 360. I'm very impressed, huh? Very impressed. Very impressed. So the thing is that what's happened is Manju has described to you the basis, the underlying philosophy, what the national education policy architected as the change that the Indian education system should go through. The NCF, the two NCFs, are actually the operationalization of that in the school. That's what they are, right? Now, in a session which the three of us have here, roughly an hour and a half, there is no way that we are going to be talking about everything in the NCF. वो हो ही नहीं सकता, आप सबको मालूम है. तो इस सेशन से हम लोगों की समझ में क्या अगर हो जाए तो अच्छा होगा, क्या अगर हो जाए तो अच्छा होगा. देखिए, पहली बात अगर ये हो जाए कि आप लोग जिन लोगों ने एनसीएफ के 600 पेज और 360 पेज नहीं पढ़े हैं, वो सारे पेज पढ़ लें तो अच्छा होगा. ठीक है, पहली बात. दूसरी, आप लोगों ने अपने स्कूलों में, इन योर ओन स्कूल्स, ensure that the teachers have read it. Because the NCFs, one of the unusual things about the NCF, and that was the leadership of Dr. Kasturi Rangan. You know, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who's been our guide, mentor from the NEP days, it was one of the remarkable things about the effort that he led, without any hesitation, and fully supported by the secretary and the minister, that this NCF should be an NCF that speaks to the practitioner. It should not merely remain a document which is philosophically robust, educationally sound, but is something that the practitioner can relate to. तो उसकी भाषा ऐसी होनी चाहिए, the language should be such, and it should have the kind of specificity that is required for it to be able to speak to a practitioner. Now, therefore, one of the most important things that we can achieve from this session is if you can encourage all your teachers to read the NCF in toto. Right? That's I think that's the objective. Manjul having given the philosophical basis for the transformation, I'm going to take you into a little bit of detail on what the NCF is structured like. Why is it structured the way it's structured? Why is it structured the way it's structured, right? And like any such things, you'll say that I'm so used to asking questions, so I'm asking a third question now. Sholay ho gaya, page ho gaya. The third question is, and I won't ask a question, I'll just say it to you. Perhaps one of the most fundamental of educational principles, pedagogical principles is what? That you start from where the child is. Correct? It's in some senses we sort of talk about it as a fundamental educational principle, but it's also common sense, right? I mean, whether it is the matter of mother tongue, which is you'll start from what the child knows. Now that is not only true for children, right? It's not only true for children. It's also true for all of us. And it's also true in two different ways. One, it must be able to relate to where we are. One. Two, there's an underlying assumption that we know a lot. The child knows a lot. That's where you build from, isn't it? Correct? Therefore, the underlying assumption in the NCF and in the way it's structured is that you know a lot. It is not that you don't know. And it's not just you. It is that the teachers know a lot. Right? Which is why the national education, one of the central principles of the National Education Policy 2020 is empowerment of schools, empowerment of school leaders, empowerment of school teachers. That's a central principle, absolutely central principle. Therefore, as you go through the NCF, the perspective of the NCF is it's building with what you know, empowering you and your teachers completely. Right? So I think that's the sort of a preamble, and with which I'll perhaps spend maybe 10, 15 minutes, not more than that. I'll rush through the presentation, run through it, and then after that, the presentations, both our presentations will be shared with you, so you can, at leisure, look at it. Okay? So, I'm encountering the same problem. Okay. Here. Okay, fine. किस तरफ? ये वाला? Okay. So, I'll do a little bit of context setting very quickly. I've already done a context setting. Yeah, it's just not moving, huh? Yeah. It's hard. Okay. This Sanjay ji talked about, Manju talked about. There is NCF FS, there is NCF SE, there's the NCF teacher education, which is more or less ready, and there's NCF adult education, right? Now just remember, as I talk through the presentation, I'm integrating NCF FS inside NCF SE, which means school education going up from age 3 to age 18 integrated. So I'm not separating them out, right? They're put together. 3 quick points, very quick. Please pay attention to me. Huh? Don't take photographs. Do not worry. These presentations will be there with you. Just pay attention to me. First, what is curriculum? Curriculum is everything inside a school which we can design towards educational objectives. Very important point. What does it mean? It doesn't. Yeah, I think it. This kind of a commitment deserves an applause. This kind of commitment does deserve an applause, right? So, school culture, school practices, class relationships between teachers and principals. That's a part of the curriculum because that shapes our learning objectives, right? So I think that's a very critical point. Next point. This is really so curriculum. What is curriculum framework? Curriculum framework is something that guides the development of the curriculum. Remember, the NCF is not the curriculum. There is no expectation that you are implementing something which is given to you. NCF is something which will guide, help the development of the curriculum. That's what it is, right? And it's very important to ensure that, because eventually in a country as large as ours, contextuality as much as ours, the federal structure of our country as it is, right? Therefore, the curricular framework binds us together as a country, however, empowers schools, teachers, boards, all those relevant people who should be developing curriculum. So that is curriculum, this is curricular framework, right? What does the NCF SE aim to achieve? पूरे पैराग्राफ को पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, एक शब्द में, actual change in practice on the ground. I'm telling you, I mean, I think Suniti ji, Prachi ji and Sanjay ji will remember, it was an absolute clear commitment in April of 2022, right, in the NSC meeting. कोई फायदा नहीं है एक नया NCF बना के अगर धरातल पर बदलाव नहीं हुआ. If practices don't change in schools, there is no point in having another NCF, right? So that was an absolutely explicit commitment. Okay. Now, what are the principles of NCF SE design? One, I've said to you, it's a guide for practitioners. Okay? It is educationally sound. You know, we've been working on it for 7 years actually. And when we say we, it's not Manju, Suniti ji, me. It is an extraordinary galaxy of experts, absolutely extraordinary galaxy experts, and deep consultation on the ground, right? But it's a guide for practitioners. It is specific. Now, this is an important word, huh? And this you must pay attention to. Specificity means not just articulating the principles in the abstraction, but bringing down the abstraction and the principle to how does a teacher, a textbook developer, a test item developer, how does she relate to it? That is specificity. Remember, specificity does not mean prescriptiveness. We should be clear about that. 100% clear. Specificity is not the same as prescriptiveness. Specificity is you have guideline, abstraction, get down to the specifics. It empowers the item developer, the test developer, the board, the state board and whatever, to on that basis develop their own thing. So specificity is important. In the absence of specificity, practitioners are not necessarily able to relate to it. You would have noticed this. 20 years we have struggled with this. We have a great document, but practitioners find it hard to relate. Why? Because it's not specific enough, right? That's the issue. So it's specific. Third, it has pragmatic considerations. So Manjul talked about the integration of vocational education from class 6, right? We know that when we say integration of vocational education from class 6, what kind of limitations are there across, and this is not just for CBSE schools, right? I mean, it's across the country. If you look at a rural small government school, what kind of pragmatic considerations have to be there? The NCF pays equal emphasis on art and music. Now, can art and music teachers be there everywhere? Not today. It might be there so in 10, 15 years. So if we make a homily saying that art and music should be given equal weightage, but we don't take into account the absence of art teachers, right? And therefore don't give a pathway that when art teachers are not there, how will you still implement it, right? How do you? Then it's an impractical exercise. So therefore, it has pragmatic considerations. Fourth, and if there is a spine of this NCF, that spine is this thing called the learning standards, right? And I'll take you through learning standards, the concept of the learning standards in a slightly more detail, not all the learning standards at all, okay? Well, the NCF is structured in this fashion. Part A has the broad aims of school education, the overall approach. Part B has some cross-cutting themes. Part C has the NCF, FS, and the school subjects, a chapter for each, right? Part D is about school culture and processes. Part E is about enabling the ecosystem, right? This is the contents page. We deliberately, this whole presentation is structured deliberately to push the people who are watching it into the document, right? Because very often what happens is, having seen a presentation, it appears as though ab to kaam ho gaya. ठीक है? तो ये काम नहीं हुआ. ये तो it is an invitation to go into the document. This is an invitation. That's all it is, right? In fact, if you would have read, those of you who have read it, there's a page like this. मतलब ये थोड़ा pragmatic page है. How to read. ये आपको चलो सारा नकारा नहीं पढ़ना है तो कम से कम आप ये तो पढ़ लो. You know, that's what this page really means, right? Okay. Okay. क्या हुआ संजीव?
But it says best read from beginning to end.
Yeah, best read. And so I can reassure you, he must have done it. The way he reads books, Sanjay ji would have done it completely. So, part A, approach. What is this approach? Part A of the NCF SE, right? Aims and curricular areas of school education, school stages, logic and design, approach to learning standard, content, pedagogy and assessment, and time allocation. These are 4 chapters. The time allocation chapter, and I'm addressing it right here, is illustrative. It's not saying that you got to do it like this. That's not what it's saying. What it's saying is that in the reality, if we are wanting to give all school subject equal weightage, then how might time allocation be? And of course, depending on your reality, on different realities of the different country, that time allocation has to be adopted. We debated a lot about this. We'll all remember, Sunita ji will remember, that should we not give it, should we give it, should we not give it? And then there was a significant consensus that unless you convert this, I think Prachi ji was a big votary of this, if I recollect right? So unless we give it like this, it is not conveying with specificity what is the NCF expecting, right? So this is not prescriptive. It's actually demonstrating the specificity of what is intended, right? Now, this and the next two slides. The two slides are what I would call the spine of the NCF, right? This is the overall frame. And again, my request to you is sometimes slides create a lot of problems because I'm wanting attention on myself and your eyes are going towards the towards the slide, right? So why is this the spine? Why is this the spine? If you go back to Kothari Commission, 1968, go back further, Radhakrishnan Commission, right? The aims of education, haven't these aims been very worthy aims always? Always, right? It's an issue of, we've always wanted to develop good human beings, good citizens, values, subject understanding, conceptual knowledge, critical thinking. We have not lacked in that. Have we lacked in that? Yeah? We have lacked? We have not lacked. We have not lacked. Huh? The issue is, those worthy aims of education, how do they translate to the practical reality of the everyday classroom? That is the real issue. Isn't it? मतलब वो जैसे NCF जो है कहाँ से आता है? NEP में जो education का vision है, that is drawn from the vision of India, vision of society as articulated in our constitution, right? That's where NEP draws from. So the NCF draws the aims of education from the NEP vision. That's where it's drawing from. एक step नीचे आ गए, इसको हम flow down कहते हैं. क्या कहते हैं? Flow down. एक step flow down हो गया. अब वो aims of education, school education हो गए, तो school education से achieve कैसे होगा? कुछ subject होंगे, culture होगा, ये होगा, वो होगा, सब कुछ होगा. Now, how does one translate that? That's the next level of flow down to objectives and aims for the curricular areas, which is subjects, culture, process, practices. How do you flow that down? Now, this process of flow down, which is translating to those worthy aims of education to the everyday classroom, this is the most important mechanism in the NCF SE. Very important, very, very important, right? Now, if I take you one level lower, what happens is that the aims of education are there. Now, I'm going to use an example here. Huh? I mean, the example is on language education side. Please remember what this is trying to do. This is trying to take those worthy aims of education and drill it down to education system से, school के लिए, curricular area to, to classroom eventually. This is a flow down. And the rigorousness of the flow down is very important. So what it does is, it takes the school education aims, right? And then it converts this into curricular aims for each subject. And also for school culture and process, right? Curricular aims. Those curricular aims are for the end of schooling, right? Then you have curricular goals, which are for each subject, for each stage. Each subject, each stage, right? Stage, the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 stages that Manjul talked about. These curricular goals are then broken down into competencies, right? And then the competencies, and the NCF stops at competencies. They are illustrative learning outcomes, but the learning outcomes are to drive from those competencies. So if you do all the learning outcomes of a certain set of competencies, then the competency is achieved, right? So this flow down process is important. And please remember, as we discussed 10 minutes ago, there's no expectation that we're going to draw from this session what is specifically this stuff, right? The idea is to go back and to make sure that teachers understand the importance of this flow down and how what they're doing every day in the classroom, or you as leaders of schools are setting as cultures of the school, how that is connected back into the aims, right? So this is perhaps the most important mechanism that is there in the NCF SE, right? And as I said, this is chapter number 3, and it is very important that all of us read it, right? Okay. School stages and design. I won't spend time on it. I noticed that when Manjul's slides stopped first, they ended up stopping at the secondary design, which I guess has huge amount of curiosity and puzzlement, right? You don't have so much of curiosity and puzzlement about about the foundational stage or the middle stage. It is about secondary. This whole business of, making sure that children are taking subjects from across these things, right? If you go to a schematic, there is a schematic, I'm forgetting the page number. That schematic is very clear on the secondary, right? So please, you just go to that schematic, and when I send the presentation, I'll mark that schematic out. It'll tell you that 2 languages have to be studied in 11th and 12th, and then how you have to draw. There are 4 groups of subjects, and how at least from 2 subjects have to be drawn, right? That's the essence of the issue, right? And now, there are 2 important things here, and I just wanted to park that away. And please remember, if you are not familiar with the schematic I'm talking about, I'm going to mark that schematic in the NCFSE when we send the document to you. So it's very clear to what we are talking about. The important thing to understand is that the stages of this curricular design, the 5 + 3 + 3 + 4, is based on 2 fundamental things. 2 fundamental things. One is the maturation, the development of the child, social, cognitive, emotional, physical, ethical, right? That's accounting for one of those things. The other thing which we should never forget, it's also based on the conceptual development of concepts themselves, right? So they're tied together. And when I say conceptual development, it's sort of an oversimplification. I mean, from a social capacities perspective, the kind of social ethical capacities, let's say ethical reasoning that you can expect of a grade 9 child, you cannot expect the same ethical reasoning from a grade 4 child, right? Now, therefore, the stage design takes into account these 2 dimensions: child's development and the development of what we're expecting the child to learn, concepts, capacities, and things like that, right? Now, I'm sorry, I just want to go back for a bit. Oh, this is really... sorry. Yeah. I just want you to... It's still not gone. Okay, ignore the slide. Look at me again, please. Huh? Just ignore the slide. Look at me again. The educational aims of NCF are of 3 kinds. One is knowledge, right? One is knowledge. The other is capacities. And the third is values and dispositions, right? So you have knowledge. Let's just, your knowledge aims, you have capacities. Capacities are like critical thinking, analytical ability, creativity, social capacities. So they are capacities. And then there are values and dispositions. So all 3 are equally important. And all 3 are achieved through a combination of those subjects, the combination, which is why this whole thing of giving equal importance to subjects, right? So let me proceed. I stopped because I remembered I had not emphasized the matter of the 3 kinds of aims, right? That's why I stopped. Okay. Oh, it raced through. Anyway, I talked about time allocation. So let me just summarize here in 1 minute, which is part A is about the approach. Approach has most critically the matter of learning standards, right? Learning standards. Enormous emphasis needs to be paid to that, right? This is very, very simple. There are certain kinds of cross-cutting themes. We know these cross-cutting themes, I mean, rootedness in India and Indian knowledge system is a cross-cutting theme. It's relevant in science, in social science, in school culture, school practice, everywhere, right? Values and dispositions are not learned through a subject or a practice. They are cross-cutting. That's why you have chapters on each of these. And therefore, it's important for everybody, irrespective whether they're physics teachers or social science teachers, to be quite familiar with these, right? Now, part C, school subjects. The first chapter here is on foundational stage, which is like a summary of the 360-page document. That's what it is really, right? And I'm sorry, what's the time? It's 11. So I'm gonna huh? Sanjay, we also wanted a bit of interaction. So school subjects. So there's a chapter for each subject, and I will just. So it's foundational stage. Huh? So what I'm doing now in the presentation is I'm just describing foundational stage to you slightly more elaborately, and I'm using the example of the social science chapter to demonstrate what is relevant and useful and how it could be read. Right? So this is the foundational stage content page. Okay. You're familiar with this. I'll just skip this. The fundamental thing that I want to convey here is that Manjulas talked about it. The entire FS is based on that essential notion that children of this age learn through play. That's the core, which is why the Jadui Pitara. I mean, everything else is sort of secondary. Now, once children learn through play, it has an implication on the content, it has an implication on the pedagogy, it has an implication on how the school and the classroom so-called classroom is organized. It has an implication on the behavior of the teacher, right? It has an implication on everything, right? So to me, that's the... Now once children learn to play... Oh no, I didn't do this. Implication on the content, it has an implication on the pedagogy, it has an implication on how the school and the classroom so-called classroom is organized. It has an implication on the behavior of the teacher, right? It has an implication on everything, right? So to me, that's the... Oh no, I didn't do this. Okay. So I can leave it from here. So play is the key. Play has an implication on pedagogy, content, organization of classroom, timetable structuring, behavior, everything, right? So once we keep that as the centerpiece, then everything becomes sort of, it gets organized around that, right? So play is the key. The content is recommended to be drawn largely from the context of the child. That's critical, right? We know this, but it's reaffirming this very, very strongly, right? Other things you're familiar with. The content is recommended to be drawn largely from the context of the child. That's critical, right? We know this. Will it work better if I tell you to change the page? Other things you're familiar with, right? It might work better, isn't it? Okay, so let's do it that way. Okay. From an assessment perspective, and again there are lots of nuances. From an assessment perspective, the recommendation is it should be observation based. It should not be lots of pencil and paper testing. Very simple. I mean, these are notions. That's why I said the NCF's expectation, it builds on your own learning and understanding and knowledge. It's not something that says, it acknowledges that you know a lot. It's in fact, it's encouraging and building on your experience. And it's saying, look, this is what you know. This is what is effective. We may not have done it for various reasons earlier, but what you know as to be effective, please go ahead and do it. That's what it's essentially saying. This is what you know. This is what is effective. Can you go on, please? Next slide. Various reasons earlier, but what you know as to be effective, please. Ample opportunities for activities in all development domains. Right? Those 6 development domains are there. Right, which the NCF FS addresses, and therefore it's very important to be able to design activities that addresses all development domains. Social, emotional, physical, cognitive, all of those developmental domains must be addressed, right? Activities must be designed for that. Please go ahead. Next slide. All of those developmental domains must be addressed. We can go through. Let's just go. Next slide. There are very specific, very, very specific connections to the preparatory stage. Foundational literacy is important. Foundational numeracy is important. We must achieve that for this country. However, they're not the only important things. Right? They're not the only important things. They are central, but they're not the only important things. And therefore, the connections actually build through not only into language and math, but also how a child is responding to pedagogical practices, how the child is responding to the school, how the child's self-discipline is developed, because that's actually critical from a learning and development perspective subsequently. Right? So those are very, very critical. The connections are not just in, the emphasis here is, the connection is not just on language and mathematics, right? We can go to the next slide, please. Now, I'm using social science education as a very quick walkthrough as to how the chapters are organized. And when let's say you're having a session with the teachers, how to talk about these chapters, right? Next slide, please. Yeah. Every subject chapter will start with the aims. You'll have the nature of knowledge in that subject. You'll have the current challenges as the country's education system faces. You'll have the learning standards. No, please stay with the learning standards. Then you'll have how could the content be developed and designed for that subject, and then you'll have pedagogy and assessment. Next slide, please. Okay. So if you take social science, right? This is the aims. Social science education in schools must aim to achieve understanding how society functions. Learning social science leads to understanding how societies function through an interplay of historical, geographical, social, cultural, economic, and political, and other factors. Then there's specific detail on that. Go to the next slide, please. Capabilities. Now just remember what we talked about. Knowledge and then capabilities, right? So you have capabilities there, right? If you go down, there's responsible human beings and contributing citizens. So you can see the mapping. The first point was about knowledge in social science. The second point is about capabilities, capacities related to social science. The third point is about values, right? Third point is value. So every subject chapter is structured in this fashion, aims first, and the aims divided like this, right? And please remember, that's why the flow down matter. Good human being means what? All this stuff, right, that we're talking about. Next slide, please. Then there is nature of knowledge in the case of social science. And this is the section that most teachers might find slightly difficult to grapple with, right? But it's useful to talk about it. And at least the effort on our part has been to make it in a language that is relatable. So for instance, social science is evidence-based, empirical, and verifiable, right? Or social science is often interpretive. We have evidence, we have data, we have the facts, but you still need to interpret, right? So every subject chapter has the nature of knowledge, right? Go ahead, please. Next slide. Then you go down to the learning standards. Remember, in the first part, we talked about the aims of social science education. Those are now broken down into curricular goals and competencies. Every subject chapter has this kind of a chart. CG1, curricular goal 1 of social science, in the middle stage is comprehends and interprets sources related to different aspects of human life and makes meaningful interpretations. That is broken down, flown down into competencies, which are collects and interprets multiple sources of information, primary and secondary, to understand the historical, cultural, geographical, and social political aspects of human life. You can see, right, how it's flowing down. And then this flow down will actually have to be broken down into learning objectives, LOs, at the class level, at the grade level, right? That's what we'll have to do. And that's what is being done. I mean, NCRT has done it. We have other boards are doing it. Other state bodies are doing it. Go down to the next stage, please. This is just the social science entire thing is there. Please remember, every school subject is like that, which is you'll have the aims broken down to the curricular goals and for the stage and the competencies from which the learning outcomes flow out. Go down, please. Next slide. Yeah. This is a secondary stage thing. Same thing. Go down, please. Next. Then, and this is a critical thing, a very critical thing. And right now, as we are going through the exercise of the textbook development, which Sanjay was talking about, right? This has been a very critical item. How do you select the content? You know that, right? I mean, you can select content. All kinds of content can be selected. We can be very content heavy, or we can be content light to achieve the same kind of knowledge and capacities and values that we're talking about. So the content selection in the textbooks, in your other material that you study, is a very important thing. And for each subject, therefore, there are principles and specific examples and illustrations on content selection. Right? Let's go down, please. Then, of course, 5.6 is pedagogy and assessment in the case of social science, and each subject has the same. And again, if you were to simplify the whole matter of pedagogy and assessment, it is that we have to move towards a lot more engaged pedagogy. Engaging of the child, engaging of the environment, engaging of the social context, engaging of all capacities, ethical, social, cognitive capacities. So I think engagement, holistic engagement of the child is at the heart of the pedagogy movement that we are expecting from this NCF, right? And assessment, again, we talk about this very much. And in the case of CBSE, I think CBSE has been a perhaps the most progressive in terms of assessment, and therefore having that kind of holistic assessment and not narrowing the assessment, both from a theory of the assessment perspective and the instruments perspective, I think is absolutely critical. Let's go down, please. Okay. These are social science pedagogical strategies, and that you'll have. Inquiry, issues-based learning, conversation, discussion and debates, role plays. You're very familiar with this. But remember, please, what is it doing? What it's doing is that it's emphasizing the importance of what you know to be effective. Right? That's the key point. And it's encouraging that this is what should be done. We should not have a school culture where completing syllabus is the goal. That's not the idea. Right? That's not what it's saying. So that's why this stuff that you know is important, and it's emphasizing it. Let's go down, please. Okay. Let's go down. I talked about it. Now, many of you are school principals here? Yes or no? Yes. This is your responsibility. Right? I mean, from a pedagogical perspective, from this and that, teachers are equally with you. This one is your responsibility. And we remember, if you go back to the matter of knowledge learning, values and capacities will come from here. They will not come, in essence, from school, subject content knowledge. Go down, please. And that's why I began by saying curriculum encompasses everything that happens in a school, right? So school culture, remember, school culture has two aspects. Very important this is. School culture has two aspects. One is the underlying beliefs, values, assumptions that we hold dear. One. Two, actually the behavior and the practices that the children experience. Now, very often they are closely interrelated. But school culture is what the children experience, not what you believe. That's very important, right? So if it's a very simple thing. If we are wanting our children to develop the capacity of critical inquiry, critical thinking, what kind of a school culture will enable that? One that encourages questioning, participation, curiosity, one that does not eliminate or stamp out, question, doubts, right? So that's very critical. Now, where will it come from? It will come from the school leader, right? It will come from the school leader. And by the way, the National Education Policy says something remarkable, which is that if we are expecting this of school leaders, we must expect the same from our highest administrators. Because school leaders will also, their curiosity, their critical thinking will get stamped out if the system's highest administrative leaders are not encouraging of that, right? So that it's very clear. It's not, the burden of this is not solely yours. The NEP fully takes into account this up and down the education system hierarchy, right? Now, how does this thing actually manifest for the child? It manifests in relationships. Relationship between children and teacher, teacher and teacher, principal and teacher, school and parent. So we expect children to treat everybody with respect, right? And this comment may not be about us, your school, but I've seen school after school after school, small school, big school, that pays little heed to the parent when she walks in. You've seen it, right? Now, how are we expecting every child to learn the matter of respect if we are not doing that? So relationships, symbols, what do we celebrate? What's painted on our boards? When there's a school assembly, arrangement and practices, what is it that we are talking about, right? So school culture and practices, which is integral to the development of those education aims, is significantly determined by you, right? Again, there's a full chapter on this. Next slide, please. And then school processes. What are the curricular processes? How do you hold your staff meeting? How do teachers talk to each other? How do you make sure that if a child is struggling, not only the math teacher knows, but the language teacher also understands and is able to support, right? How does that happen, right? So school processes, which are curriculum associated and non-curricular associated, both are equally important. And of course, the organizational process as well, right? Next slide, please. Part E is about creating a supporting ecosystem. I will not go to that. Just go to the last slide. Just flip through it. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah. No, that's my last slide. And the last sentence is, please read the NCF SE. There's not a substitute for anything, right? So I want to close. And I want to close with this. The NCF SE, just one moment. So the NCF SE is designed such that the practitioner should be able to relate to it. You know, I think the most important thing will be if all of us use it. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the teachers, and are inspired by it, right? That's what it is designed for. Thank you so much. It has been a great pleasure, absolutely great pleasure. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब अवसर है आप सबके पास, कुछ प्रश्न पूछने की अनुमति आप सबको है। आप में से जो भी प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं इस सत्र के संबंध में, आपका स्वागत है। आप लोग अपना हाथ खड़ा करेंगे, प्लीज रेज योर हैंड। जी, उधर से सर।
एक प्रश्न मेरा ये है, मैं के सर अभी बताया गया कि बच्चों का जो It was said just now that the children have their development by the age 6. RT brings the children to regular schools or other places at the age 6, whereas the preschooling for the children is completely oblivious. Nobody knows where they are studying, except where they are going to good schools. So why should there be this difference between what we expect of the child and what we do to the child? Thank you.
We'll take a few questions, maybe 3 questions together. You know, so yes, the gentleman in the back, right at the
Sir.
Yes. Good morning, sir. I believe, firmly believe that the quality of education reflects in the quality and values of an individual and society. When we are talking about one of the principles of NCF as a specificity, which you talked about, how you describe this rootedness in India and integration of Indian knowledge, which is one of the important aspects of NCF, so that we can, in the day-to-day teaching, learning, pedagogy, and the culture of the school, we can implement this. So will you elaborate on this? Thank you.
We'll take one more question. I mean, sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah.
The gentleman here. See, I'm going by the hands as I've seen them. I'll go to this.
The perspective should be...
See an Indian physicist. You will never see an Indian person who has done chemistry. Now, science is an international endeavor, no doubt, but there are Indians also who have done so well. We can put Subramaniam, we can put S. Chandrasekhar, we can put J.C. Bose. So, some photographs can be changed. So, children, when they go to the laboratory, they see that they are also there.
I'm conscious of the time, so how much time should we take?
We can only take 2 questions.
2. We'll take 3. 3 is a good
It's up to you,
so
sir.
if you can please keep your hands up, we'll try and distribute it in some front benches and some back benches.
One from this side.
Okay.
Hai na?
So, gentlemen here, and we will share our email IDs with you. You are free to write to us. Huh? We'll respond to you. Lady in the middle and the lady at the back. So, yeah, the lady at the back. So, 3 questions. If you can keep the questions brief, we'll keep our answers also brief.
Sir, so it is all about this classroom learning. That many of the teachers, their opinion that whenever we have experiential learning and play-based learning and the activity-based learning, it is impacted. There it is happening there. In opinion that if this kind of learning it will be practiced in the classroom, so it will take a lot of time. And what is the last stage? What we observe that the real success of the students, that is what after the class 12 they are going to these coaching institutes, and for 1 year they are learning, and they particularly teenage generation 720 marks whenever they are the scoring, they have the real success, and it is based on the rote memory. And 1 year, the entire 1 year they are what extensively they are learning, they are getting these what marks only. So experiential learning teacher's opinion. It is what the practical situation what we are.
Yeah, we understand. We understand. Lady there.
Namaste, sir. I have a question. With the student strength of nearly 35 to 40 children per section of class, it becomes very challenging for teachers to closely observe and assess children. So, will you suggest some solution for it as well?
Thank you. The lady at the back.
Yeah, good morning, sir. So it's regarding the languages which are being talked about. So early years, we do understand that language learning is very important. However, introduction of 3 languages in classes 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, 2 languages is really unnerving students. So what is the rationale behind it? The second part is, we still do not know the correct interpretation of what is native to India. Is English being considered over there or not being considered? Because if English is not being considered, then definitely there is no scope of any foreign language being introduced as a third language. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we'll start here. Yeah, sure.
Can I just ask one question related to this? Not a separate question. I'm coming from a foreign CBSE school in West Africa, and my point over here is again multilingualism that we're talking about. And I just want to ask that how we're going to go about it, especially we have paucity of the teachers that are available who can teach in the regional languages. So this is something that's really, we're thinking about it, how to deal with it. As much as we want to implement it, we really don't know how to go about it. Thank you so much.
The middle question was about 35. Student strength. Student strength. How do you do observational assessment?
Oh, I see.
Observational assessment.
Yeah. Specifically for when we talk about holistic progress card or holistic learning and then assessment, with 40 children around, how is the teacher going to work on it?
Let me take these 2 questions together, sort of, right? Your question and your question. So I think at one very simple conceptual level, one of the things that the NCF is trying to do is that it's saying, look, what is the way of making sure that content is reduced? And I think we need to pay attention to that. Which is that if we know that if content can be reduced, which means the amount of time that you're spending on, chapter by chapter by chapter, that creates a lot more space. Right? That's the key. So when it creates a lot more space, it creates a lot more space for observational assessment, or for that matter, experiential learning and activities and engagement. Right? So one of the key issues here is absolutely the matter of ensuring the content is right sized, right? The content. Because we know from our experience we don't need so much of content at the ages that we are teaching. We need actually the ability, like Manju was talking about, learning to learn is the ability we need. It's not as though we need to sort of, throw down all the content to their head. So this matter of content reduction or the appropriateness of the content is a very critical item. It will not substitute for very difficult student-teacher ratios. Right? It will not. I mean, if you have 45 children to a class, this will not address that. Therefore, the policy commits to a certain student-teacher ratio. Right? Policy explicitly commits to a certain student-teacher ratio. And I think in different schools, you have different degrees of implementation challenges with that. So, neither the policy nor the national curricular framework is fully accounting for implementation challenges, while also suggesting the strategy that content reduction, right, and also connecting across subjects is important, right? And so if you're doing mathematics, it's also doing science in a certain way. If you're doing science, you're also doing vocational education in a certain way. If you're doing vocational education, you're also doing science in a certain way, or social science, right? So I think that's there. The matter of the entrance exams and NEET, which is a slightly complicated matter today, that I don't think the NCF addresses that particular matter. Then policy addresses it. The policy addresses it very significantly. I mean, the policy addresses it as to how the admission into the higher education system should happen, which is what I think Manju was talking about. That we need a sort of a coordinated and coherent set of changes in the higher education system as well as in school education. So the need issue is not addressed through this.
Just to add, so we definitely want to reduce PTR over time. 40 students per teacher is still just too much. We know it's still very common in the country, but there is a push to increase the number of teachers over the next several years. That's very, very important to bring down PTR. And increasing the number of teachers and increasing in particular the number of language teachers so that the new language demands and importance of Indian languages is emphasized. But while the PTR is high, one way to increase experiential learning is to have lots of group activities and peer-to-peer learning. So that's very important when one does have large classrooms. Break up the students into groups, have them do group activities together, and then the teacher can go around just each group, and the number of groups is way less than the number of students. And so that way assessments can be done in each group. And if the groupings are done differently each time, then over time, a student is involved in many different groups, and so one gets individual assessment through the performances of the groups that they were a part of. So group learning and peer learning and self-assessment and peer-to-peer assessment, these are methods by which you can actually assess many students, even if you're not individually visiting each one. You're in groups and you're having peers, the students actually help assess themselves and each other. So that those are ways in which you can handle large classroom sizes. And then as far as languages, language, there definitely need more language teachers around. Language is the medium through which we learn all subjects. So we don't have to think of language as just being the teaching of language. So for example, in a lot of the new language textbooks that we have, we talk about this as well, in the early grades, where we're even though 3 languages are being taught, in each language they're actually learning about different subjects. So in that way, you're actually, so there's a mathematics article in the Hindi textbook, there's science articles in the Urdu and Sanskrit textbooks, in the English textbooks we're going across all subjects as well. So you're learning many different subjects, including literature and poetry, but also because language is a medium of learning, when we're learning languages, we want to be able to talk about different subjects in those languages and learn those subjects. So in that way, language does not end up being a burden. If language textbooks are designed correctly, you're actually learning across all subjects.
So just to clarify, Professor Bhargav, just to clarify, the question pertaining to language is, when do you expect us to start implementing 3 languages in grade 9 and 10 and 2 languages in grade 11 and 12 is a specific question because you emphasized on a practitioner's question and that's exactly where we stand.
Yeah, so this is something which the NCF, in a way, architects won't be able to sort of satisfy you. This is something which we have to look at, keeping in view the practical aspects, when, how, subjects at which level, which languages, all of it. That is something which CBSE and NCF will together in a way discuss and come up with.
Thank you, sir. Professor Bhargav, you mentioned about 2 words in the slide. In the slide, sir, you mentioned about 2 things. One is about ethics, and the second is about environmental education. Can we get to know a little more about those points?
I'm really sorry. We have been told that this is absolute hard stop.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका। आपके लिए ये प्रश्न का सेशन बाद में भी आयोजित होगा और आप सबको भी हम एक ईमेल देंगे जिस पर आप अपने प्रश्न भेज सकते हैं। आप तक हम उन समाधान को निश्चित पहुंचाएंगे। अब चूंकि हमारा समय आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं विद्या प्रवेश बाल वाटिका और जादुई पिटारे की जानकारी के साथ आप सबके ज्ञान को बढ़ाने के लिए प्रोफेसर सुनीति सैनवाल।
Very aware of the desperate coffee break that you all want, so I'll try and finish 15 minutes tight. So that respected Sanjay Kumar sir, Secretary School Education, all the senior officials of the ministry, CBSE, NVS, KVS, and all the esteemed principals here, Professor Manju Bhargav, Anuragji, my namaskar to all of you. So 15 minutes, 4 topics as you see, Vidya Pravesh, Balvatika, Jadu Pitara, so more trouble for me, Anuragji. So yeah, so next slide please. Next slide. Yeah, so this is what the NCF emphasized, and this is what we just heard Manjulji and Anuragji talk, that why early childhood care and education is being given so much of emphasis, and research tells us that the brain development is fastest, children who are better, who have quality early childhood education are better prepared for school, they have better learning outcomes, better employability, and in general, better lives. So the foundational stage is divided into 2 parts, 3 to 6 as the preschool or Anganwadi or the Balvatika that we know, and the 6 to 8 years for the grade 1 and 2. Next, please. So Vidya Pravesh, next, please. Next. So before this. So Vidya Pravesh is a 3-month play-based module to be introduced in grade 1. And this is basically aligned to the Balvatika 3. And this is basically for giving a level playing field to those children who have not had a quality early childhood education. And this has to continue till the time we achieve universalization of early childhood care and education. Next, please. So this is what has been designed by NCERT. It is available, and it is to be there on the for the first 3 months in grade 1. And this has play activities, worksheets, so all of those material are there. Next, please. Next, yeah. So this helps in smooth transition, and whatever is the cognitive and linguistic competencies that the children were to achieve through the early childhood education and that they have missed, this is a chance that every child gets to achieve that. So this is what we endeavor to do with Vidya Pravesh, and it is to be introduced in the first 3 months of grade 1. Next slide, please. Next. So this is Balvatika, the NEP, and so I'm also trying to address your questions that you keep asking me time and again. We get queries from KVs, from CBSE principals, that the NEP and the NCF talk that Balvatika is for 1 year, that is a preparatory class before class 1. So practically it is for 1 year. So are we calling all 3 years as Balvatika, or are we calling just the 3rd year of preschool, which is for 5 to 6 year old, as Balvatika? So yes, the NEP and NCF say that Balvatika is going to be 1 year, but just because we have preschool, nursery, KG, Anganwadis, lot of nomenclatures going on, and therefore, in order to ensure the continuity of the experiences, in order to emphasize the continuum, it has been decided that we are going to call Balvatika 1, Balvatika 2, and Balvatika 3 to all the 3 years of the preschool education. So we are calling it Balvatika. Now these are the 4 important documents that you should need, that you should learn, your practitioners, your teachers should learn about the pedagogy, the learning outcomes. First is the NCF FS, the Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage, detailed guidance to the teachers. Then we have the Nipun Bharat document. Then we have the preschool curriculum and the guidelines for preschool education. These are little older documents, 2019, the Nipun Bharat, and the latest one in 2022 is NCF FS. So these are the 4 guiding documents for the Balvatika. Next, please. So this is what the NCF says, that during the foundational stage, and Anuragji just mentioned, children learn through conversation, storytelling, toys, songs, rhymes, music, art and craft, indoor games, outdoor games, and connecting with the nature. Next. So based on these recommendations, this Jadui Pitara has been created. It is a collection of 53 learning and teaching material. Now CBSE is holding 50 workshops for Balvatika teachers across the country, and we are giving 1 hour detailed session on Jadui Pitara and E-Jadui Pitara. Next, please. So this is it is based on the recommendations of NEP, NCF, and now we are trying to translate whatever is there into 22 languages. Next, please. So there are two kinds of material. One is the toys and the manipulatives, puppets, dolls, kitchen sets, etc. And one is the printed material. Next, please. So here in this, we have kept Unmukh, that is a trainer's handbook for Bal Vatika, which is a bank of activities. It has bank of activities for the entire continuum mapped to the curricular goals and the competencies. Then there is an activity book for children called Anand. It is an integrated worksheet and children can use it for practice as well as for assessment. And then we also bring out a children's magazine for early years called Phir Ki Bachon Ki for grades 1 and 2. So this is also kept in the Jadui Pitara. Next, please. So we also have a graded reading series called Barkha. This is a set of 40 books. The first red colored book are, these are 10 books which have one sentence per page. The blue series have, the next 10 books have 2 sentences per page, then 3 sentences and then 4 sentences. So as per the reading levels of children, they can read these books. Next, please. Then we have kept some posters and charts. These are for picture reading as well as for creating print-rich environment. And this also has some kind of science facts or some kind of numbers integrated into these poetries. Next, please. So we have these picture reading posters, 9 such posters, where a lot of conversation, observation, talking about the environment, when environment can happen. And then next, please. At the back of it, there is an entire guidance as to how to use. It gives you the keywords. It gives you the questions which are based on the picture and then some questions which are beyond the picture. For example, what do you see, how many sacks, etc. And that is based on the picture. And then what do you think will happen if a farmer doesn't grow wheat one day? That is a question which is of a critical thinking beyond the picture. Next, please. So like that, we have 9 picture reading posters kept in the Jadui Pitara. Next, please. Then we have these multiple classification cards, and as children mature, they take more dimensions into account. So these are a set of 9 cards. Children can classify it as per the color, or as per the shape, or as per the expression, or as per all the 3 dimensions. So these are multiple classification cards. Next, please. Then we have these 4 sets of sequential thinking cards. These cards are randomly given to children and they are supposed to arrange it into a sequence and helps in the sequential, in the development of sequential thinking abilities, which are actually important for problem solving and develops analytical skills. Next, please. Then we have these seriation cards or the pre-number concept cards, where we give these cards to children to arrange in an ascending or a descending order. And a lot of games and activities and conversation can also happen around these cards. Next, please. Then these are memory cards. We show the first card, then remove the first card and ask and say what is missing. So this helps in observation skills as well as in memory. Next, please. So these are color domino cards. These are to teach the matching to children. This can be used and given to an individual or for a small group activity or for a large group activity. And how to use the guidance is given for each of these cards, each of these posters. It is given in English and Hindi. Next, please. Now this is the number dot domino card, again matching and the number recognition and one-to-one correspondence. Children learn to count every dot, and it is a very important skill to be learnt during the foundational stage. Next, please. Then these are story cards. A typical story, Bandar or Billi ki ladai ki kahani hai ye. You tell a story and the children are just supposed to be listening, and then you give these cards. So it helps in development of comprehension, listening ability, and also thinking abilities. Next, please. And these are Varnamala cards. These are for tracing cards. You can trace the sequences given. You can't, I think, the arrows are there, the numbers are there, and the correct sequence of writing these alphabets are written. And these can be used in multiple ways, like I just take, for example, take this card, ka, la, ma, ka, la, ma. Need your attention here, please. So, मैं ma हटा दूं तो क्या बनेगा? और ल की जगह म लगा दूं तो क्या बनेगा? ल को बीच में ले आऊं तो क्या बनेगा? म को बीच में ले आऊं तो क्या बनेगा? So all these kind of permutation combinations can be done to develop new vocabulary, to teach these word recognition to children. Next, please. So similarly, we have developed for capital and small alphabet and for numbers. Next, please. Next. So then we have a lot of toys and manipulators. For gross motor, we have this climbing rope, we have blocks, we have bowling set, football, this softball, etc. Next, please. For fine motor, we have all of these shape sorters, again, one-to-one correspondence shape, abacus, stacking board, etc. Next, please. Then we have this for socio-emotional development, puppets, toys, kitchen set, etc. for dramatic play. Next, please. Then we have kept 3 musical instruments out of which, the bansuri, damuru and dhafli, but you can add many more to your Jadui Pitara. Next, please. So this is digital Jadui Pitara. How to use this material, we are translating into 22 languages. We've already translated, uploaded in Diksha. Some of the things are still in 13 languages. We are doing it in 22 languages. We have made 40 videos and now uploaded in YouTube. For each of this material, how to use it in the classroom with children has been demonstrated and given in these videos. And some complementary pitaras have been given to KVs, to CBSE, to SCRTs. Next, please. And this is about the e-Jadui Pitara because we wanted to make it more accessible to the teachers and the parents. So this is e-Jadui Pitara. And this is an app-based thing. You can, from the Play Store, you can download the e-Jadui Pitara. And next, please. And it is also available through the mobile app. The number is given here, and also through IVRS. And it has AI bots. This is one is the story bot Katha Sakhi, where you just give some keywords to this and ask them to create a story for you. And I've been really using it. It really creates wonderful stories, this e-Jadui Pitara. Then we have a parent bot. You ask any question related to NCF FS or related to at the foundational stage. It fetches you the answer from our either NCF FS or Vidya Pravesh or our earlier documents. It gives you an authentic, and it also gives you a source for it. And similarly, Parent Tara, where parents can also ask questions, ask them to create a story or a rhyme. So this is all AI based. In your hands, you can use this Jadui Pitara, and also available through WhatsApp as well as through IVRS. So next, please. Yeah, thank you. So just my last message to the principals is that we are often called to talk about NCF FS and also about Jadui Pitara. And at the end of it, after we have told that, the focus is on teaching the classification, matching, sorting, seriation, sequential thinking, etc., etc., and about this play-based pedagogy. And then I'm asked, Madam, when do you think should we start cursive writing, from KG or from grade? A typical question of CBSE school principals. So we really need to understand that we just trying to change the entire pedagogy of foundational years, that it really has to be play-based, activity-based. We have to do away with homework and asking children to write pages after pages of alphabets, numbers, etc. So that is the message, that, it's not just a pitara to be kept aside and then we go ahead with giving the homeworks and the activity books where they have to write pages of A after A after A after A. It gets very boring for children and not good for the brain development. So we really have to bring the Jadui Pitara at the center of the classroom and start using it. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। आप सब ने इस सत्र में हमें जो गाइडेंस दिया, निश्चित तौर पर वो हम सब के लिए बहुत लाभदायक रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय सर और मैडम। अब मेरा अनुरोध डॉक्टर संयम भारद्वाज जी, कंट्रोलर एग्जामिनेशन CBSE, आप मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। इसी क्रम में मेरा अनुरोध डॉक्टर विश्वजीत शाह, डायरेक्टर स्किल एजुकेशन CBSE, आप भी मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। और इसी क्रम में डॉक्टर प्रज्ञा M सिंह, डायरेक्टर एकेडमिक्स CBSE से भी मेरा अनुरोध, आप मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम अपने अगले सत्र के इन एक्सपर्ट्स का अभिनंदन और स्वागत करें। इस सत्र को आगे बढ़ाने से पहले हमारे अध्यक्ष केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड सर ने आप सबको बहुत तल्लीनता से इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़े हुए देखते हुए एक कॉफी ब्रेक 10 मिनट का आप सबके लिए दिया है। आप सबसे हमारी अपेक्षा है कि आप 9 मिनट 45 सेकंड पर हॉल में वापस आ जाएं ताकि हम व्यवस्थाएं बना लें। सभी से अनुरोध, बहुत जल्द हम लोग बाहर जाकर इस कॉफी सेवा को ग्रहण करें और तुरंत वापस हॉल में अगले सत्र को समय से चलाने के लिए उपस्थित हो जाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्या करेगा या तो यहाँ स्कूल लैपटॉप चेंज करेगा।
देखिए सब आ जाएगा मैं ये
Hello, hello, check, mic check, hello, 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 check, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, check, mic check, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, mic check.
Hello?
अगर बाहर हमारे आए हुए अतिथियों तक पहुंच रही हो तो आप सब से भी अनुरोध, बहुत जल्द हम लोग सभागार में वापस अपनी उपस्थिति सुनिश्चित। हमारे वो आज के इस कार्यक्रम के विशेष अतिथि जो इस समय बाहर हैं, आप सब से मेरा अनुरोध, आप सब सभागार में अपनी उपस्थिति सुनिश्चित करें ताकि हम इस सत्र को समय से प्रारंभ कर सकें। आप सबका एक बार पुनः सभागार में हार्दिक अभिनंदन, हार्दिक स्वागत।
आपका नहीं वाला सेशन? अच्छा।
इस सत्र में आपकी उपस्थिति निश्चित तौर पर हम सबके लिए बहुत ही विशेष है। साथ ही हमारे साथ लगभग 8000 लोग इस समय YouTube पर लाइव हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं। उन सब का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन। एक बार हम उनके लिए क्लैप करें क्योंकि बीच में हम लोग ब्रेक के लिए गए थे लेकिन वो हमसे लगातार जुड़े हुए हैं। एक बार पुनः आदरणीय सर का हार्दिक अभिनंदन। और अब हम अपना अगला सत्र प्रारंभ कर रहे हैं। आप सब और ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए हमारे सभी साथियों का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन। सबसे अनुरोध, अपने प्रश्न आप लिखते रहें। बाद में क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन में आप सब उन प्रश्नों को पूछ सकते हैं। जैसा मैंने पहले परिचय कराया, हमारे साथ इस समय मंच पर उपस्थित हैं डॉक्टर संयम भारद्वाज, कंट्रोलर एग्जामिनेशन, जो हमसे चर्चा करेंगे बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशन ट्वाइस इन ए ईयर। और साथ में हैं डॉक्टर विश्वजीत शाह, डायरेक्टर स्किल एजुकेशन CBSE, जो हमसे स्किल एजुकेशन पर बात करेंगे। और साथ हैं होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड सब्जेक्ट्स एट 2 लेवल्स, रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ सिलेबस एंड बुक्स, उस पर चर्चा करने के लिए डॉक्टर प्रज्ञा M सिंह, डायरेक्टर एकेडमिक्स। तो इस सत्र में एक बार पुनः आपका स्वागत। और अब मेरा अनुरोध डॉक्टर संयम भारद्वाज जी से वो आएं और हम सब के बीच अपना व्याख्यान रखें।
So now it is good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I am meeting to all the people first time after the conduct of examination. Therefore, in the presence of Secretary Education, sir, I would like to communicate my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for holding the examination as per the expectation of the country. Believe me, these examinations cannot be conducted without the support of you people. And I have stated many times that you are the most powerful people on the earth, I would say, who can control the minds of anyone. And I am the current example that the way you have supported in the conduct of examination, I am thrilled and really wish to communicate you my sincere thanks and thanks on behalf of the CBSE. Now, the very, very important point is that 2 examination, hopefully everyone is well aware of, which is the most important recommendation of the National Education Policy 2020, and how it has to be made reality, that need to be ensured today, or we will be getting the views from you people. But the presentation, which will take 15 minutes time to take you to the journey of the conduct of examination, is actually completed in 15 months time starting from 1st of July, and it goes up to the end of next year, September, when we are completing the activity of the verification, providing photocopy, and the revaluation of the answer books. So I'll come to the presentation. Now, the board examination is the biggest exercise probably done by any board across the world. And I am saying from past few months that it is the second biggest exercise which is done in this country after the Lok Sabha election. Now, the main recommendation of the NEP on examinations are 2 board examinations. Current status, I would just like to let you know. Now, main examination which we are conducting, we have fixed the date of the examination, 15th of February is the starting date for the class 10th and 12th. And for the main examination, these examinations are going generally up to 7th of April and May end we are declaring the result, though the actual date of declaration is little early, but we are fixing that by end of the May we have to declare the result. And in this examination, 3 categories of students are appearing. Fresh students who have taken the admission in class 12 for the first time appearing in the board. Second is the second chance compartment, because first chance compartment is in the month of July, and then second is in the month of February and April. And thereafter, the improvement category students, all 5 subjects could be improved by appearing in this examination by the students. Now, thereafter, we are holding the supplementary examination in the month of July end, and it goes up to July, August. Generally, we are conducting. This year, we have decided to hold the examination in the month of July, and August, we are declaring the result. And in this examination, the first chance compartment students are appearing, the third chance compartment students are appearing, then compartment, the students who have passed by replacing the subject from the 6th subject, they are appearing, and the improvement in the 1 subject in class 12 and 2 subjects in class 10th are appearing in this examination. So this 4th point was taken when the NEP was out. So it was decided that we can hold the examination of the improvement category also along with the compartment examination, and therefore the name of this examination was changed from the compartment examination to the supplementary examination. So students are not allowed to wait for a year. Immediately for class 12, they can appear in 1 examination, and 2 examination in class 10th, they can appear and improve their performance. Now, this is the schedule of the different category of examination. This should be in mind when we are deciding something. First session of the JEE has started this year, 24th January, and it goes up to the 1st February. Then session 2 from 1st April to 15th April. And what has been done when we developed our day sheet, looking into the JEE session 2, we decided to complete the examination of the students offering mathematics and will be appearing in the JEE in such a manner that they are getting nearly 15-20 days time to prepare for the JEE 2 examination. Then NEET UG, certainly 5th of May, then CUET, 15th May to 31st May, and CLET, this is conducted in the month of December, so 23rd, 2023 it was conducted in the month of December, and this year again probably it will be conducted in the month of December, so it will not clash with the examination conducted by the CBSE for classes 10th and 12th. Now, this is the condition as on today. Class 10th examinations are conducted for about 35 days in the main examination. Class 10th examinations are conducted for 7 to 8 days in the supplementary examination. Class 12th examinations are conducted for 55 days approximately for 12th main examination, and for supplementary only 1 day examination is conducted. Now, total subjects which are offered by the CBSE, these are 83, 61 and plus 22 with the skills one. And total subject with CBSE is offering for class 12, these are 121, 78 plus 43. Now, the issue of the date of competition, holidays, gaps between examination, etc. was also taken care of when the time of the preparation of, at the time of the preparation of the date sheet. Now, examination cannot be conducted in two shifts in our country because, again, I am saying we are similar to the era of the English people where when there was no sunset in their regime, the same is with us also, because Japan to Ghana, we are having all these schools in many countries, and every time we are having the sun on the high sky only. So the time which is matching, that time is very, very different. I had put having the experience of 24 years in conduct of examination, I tried my best that no, if I can conduct the examination in two shifts, but with the current policy, it is not possible. Now, looking into the sports students also, what has been decided by the CBSE that we will, if their examination and the event is coinciding, so we will conduct their examination after some time, after the examinations are over, and accordingly this year, when 2nd of April it was decided, means examination were over, from 3rd to 7th, 8th April, we have conducted the examination, and immediately along with the main students, we have declared their result also. Then a lot of facilities are extended to the CWSN candidate. The main facilities that we are giving 20 minutes time to them per hour for additional time for completing the question paper. Then after the result declaration, facility of verification, photocopy, reevaluation is provided in both the examination main as well as in the supplementary examination. Then the board examination is holding the main, the board is holding the main and supplementary examination. This I already communicated to you. Now in class 12, students can improve their performance in one subject. Why? This is very, very important question. I thought that this will be the question which Anurag ji basically have conducted the examination, which was not his responsibility. That is my responsibility, asking the question to you. So the issue is that why? Because compartment is given only in one subject in class 12 and two subjects in class 10th. So accordingly, we are making the combination. So all the subject examination is conducted only on one day, and in class 10th, when we are making the combination, it goes up to 8 days. So only two subjects are given. Then the students are given the opportunity to improve in all the 5 subjects next year only. But this number, as far as current scenario is concerned, not very big. Only in few subjects students are appearing. Now, answer book for both the examinations are sent together only because we want to save the time, means both examination, the main and the supplementary examination. And these answer books are kept very safely and securely with certain schools only. Then admit card of both the examinations are issued separately. It has to be. Then practical internal assessment project work is done before the conduct of examination. Private students can also appear in both the examination. Private student doesn't mean that they will come and appear in our examination. Private students who have already studied or completed the course of study but unable to qualify or unable to appear in the examination, they will appear in the examination as a private candidate. Now approximately 4,000 question papers and 2 lakh questions are prepared to prepare the, means for the purpose of assessment. Now, approximately 2.5 crore answer books are evaluated by the board to declare the result based on the subject offered by the students. Now, teachers remain involved in the board examination work for about 55 days when we are holding the examination, 15 to 20 days in the evaluation, and thereafter their services are also used during the verification, photocopy, reevaluation, etc. also. And sometime when we are in the rush of declaring the result for the comparison work, for the other work also, we are requesting the schools to depute the teachers so that the work could be completed, putting 24/7 efforts. We how we are developing the date sheet? Date sheet is developed only when the list of candidates is over. Means this we are trying from past few years that it should be over by August, but it is going up to September, October, which is quite late. But this time we will ensure that from July it is starting and August it is completed, so that we will be having the clear picture that how many combinations are offered by the students and how many question papers are required, because we have to make the preparation looking into the current scenario of the country for the board examination also. Now, holidays, Sundays, etc. are noted. Class-wise blank date sheet is prepared, marking the holidays date and other dates also. Then we are making the combinations of these subjects which are not offered, and I will request each and every one of you to see the date sheet also sometime, that there are many subjects by going through the name, there doesn't seem to be very important, but only single examination is conducted on that particular date, meaning thereby that subject is offered by all the combinations of these subjects. So we have to provide the separate date to this subject, like the legal studies, yoga. So even the legal studies and yoga cannot be conducted together because the student has offered both the subjects. Now we are looking into the gaps, rearranging each and everything, and lot of things are being taken care, and even the scheme of evaluation is also incorporated in the date sheet, so that to save the time of the schools, we are just completing the evaluation works side by side. Soon the examinations are conducted. After 10 days of the conduct of first examination, we are starting our evaluation also. Now, this is the minimum time required for completing each and every activity. This is mentioned over there. Filling of the LOC and other activities takes nearly 60 days time. Center notification final, it takes nearly 30 days time. Release of roll number after the center notification takes 15 days of time, because we are going through individual center, so that there should not be any problem at the later stage. Then conduct of practical examination for the winter bound school, 1 month. It starts in the November, and November we are trying that the winter bound schools are holding their practical examination and uploading their marks. Then the practical for the summer bound school, these are conducted for 45 days starting from 1st January to 15th of February. But even after that, we are giving the time to the schools to complete the practical examinations, because many schools are over there unable to hold the practicals during this period. Then conduct of examination 55 days, result declaration 45 days are required, because soon the examinations are over. Nearly for 10 first days, we are completing the evaluation, and thereafter we are going and checking the data, asking a lot of things to the school, and then we are completing, and then we are holding our result committee meeting, and thereafter we are declaring our result, and thereafter verification, photocopy and revaluation facility is provided to the schools and the students. Now this is the thing which Anurag sir has already informed everyone over here, that what would be the combination, how the language will be offered, how the other subjects will be offered, from which group, how many subjects will be offered. So this is the main thing, looking into which we have to decide, we have to think that what would be the scenario of holding the examination, means how we can reduce the time of the conduct of examinations, so that the teaching learning time is available with the schools, and teachers remain in the schools for a longer period, because the basic problem of our country as of now is, in the present days, is that sometime because of the winter, sometime because of the summer, sometime because of the rain, sometime because of the pollution, schools are closed, and a lot of other issues are also involved. So this is for the class 10th, and class 12th is also over here, which is, you people are very well aware about this. This is for the class 12, that 8 compulsory subjects are to be offered. The only thing is that in the NCF, though it is mentioned that the skill subject examination will be conducted internally, but we are of the opinion that no, it should be done by the CBSE only, to give the importance to these subjects, because we can't give the responsibility for holding of the examination of these subjects also. So that is very, very important. Looking into that, we have to see that how we can hold the examination successfully. Now, so the main issue is that how to implement the recommendation of the NEP to hold the 2 examination of classes 10th and 12th, to provide a conducive environment to our students, so that they can improve their performance if need be. And though there are n number of problems related to providing 2 facilities, which have been observed by us when we conducted the examination in 2022.
So questions will be taken at the end after the 3 presentations are over.
Yeah.
Then obviously there will be questions. We'll come to the questions at the end.
Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. Please.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब इसी क्रम में मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं डॉक्टर विश्वजीत साहा, डायरेक्टर स्किल एजुकेशन CBSE, वो आएं और स्किल एजुकेशन पर अपना प्रेजेंटेशन हम सब के बीच रखें। आइए स्वागत करें डॉक्टर विश्वजीत साहा जी का।
Good afternoon, everyone. I will request Dheeraj, आप इसको थोड़ा फास्ट चला दीजिएगा, so that we can save some time. Honorable Secretary School Education and Chairman CBSE and other eminent dignitaries from Ministry and other institutes of Ministry of Education, my colleague from CBSE and all esteemed principal. Promoting skill education in school, the agenda evolved, if you look into, as both Anurag ji as well as Professor Bhargav has rightly mentioned, how integrating skilling and vocational education was duly conceptualized in new education policy. And as we are already in study mode, that is the NCFAC document, there is a correct interpretations how integrated way we can really offer skill subject right from grade 6 onwards. And there, if we look into the present scenario, the largely based on the NEP recommendation, CBSE has started offering 34 skill module, each of 15 hours. And these module, of course, we have tagged to offer for 6 to 8, but based on the demand of the school leader, we have opened this module for any class, so that the ray of vocationalizations or skilling reach to each and every student. Next, please. So, reimaging vocational educations categorically, if we look into our perspective in schooling, and especially in CBSE school, earlier our major concern was to integrate skilling only at grade 11 and 12. And if you look into the policy, again, as I have mentioned, the integration was the major focus. The second focus, which how 50% of the learner we can bring under the MB top skilling, and how it was also ensured through NCFAC that how every child in school can get exposed to at least one skill subject, which is a huge recommendation. And I think through NCFAC, the policy formulation, and especially my humble request to school leader, how you can introspect these things with the presence ongoing infrastructure, how you can offer at least one skill subject right from grade 6. Now that readiness need to be introspect, and gradually school need to come up with its own plan. Of course, there are certain logical issues, logistics issues, that my request to you, you come up with the solution. Prescription is one agenda, but how we can really aim to offer this from our side, from the board perspective, we are definitely going to give some action plan. But before that, we want to listen so that it becomes nothing is prescriptive. Some things you yourselves are owning, and ultimately the country can place itself more than a developed nation. Because in any skill presentation, anywhere we are discussing, whether it is CII-led or FICCI-led, everywhere, one slide at least I can visualize, that is Korea 96%, China more than 80%, Germany 75%. These are all formal skill enrollment. But whenever the India's figure comes, it is still struggling to move from single digit to double digit. I think without your active participation, this reimagination is not really possible. So here, primarily, we need a skill lab or so-called vocational lab, or finding a way out how easily we can utilize existing infrastructure in school offering skilling from grade 6 to 8. What would be the solution? The number one, all affiliated schools of CBSE is having good ICT lab, number one. Number two, many of our both government run as well as independent schools are having Atal Innovation Lab. Third, in the neighborhood, good number of schools are having associated with any professional college. It could be hotel management, it could be engineering, and time and again CBSE issues circular to the school to associate with some kind of local industry. From the side of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, the nomenclatures of skilling in terms of associating with ITI, from AICT, associating with local polytechnic, these are very much there. But my question is, how many of us actually taking the support of those institute and infrastructure lying nearby? Can you respond? Kitnek, because all elite schools principals are here, because ये जो process of selection है, जहाँ पे CBSE का board results and other parameter को देखते हुए आप सब लोगों को नौता दिया गया है माननीय सचिव महोदय से इंटरेक्ट करने के लिए. आप लोग बताइए, आप लोगों में से कितना स्कूल लोकली अवेलेबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आपने आज तक यूटिलाइज किया? So out of 100 or 50 or so, a good number of hands are coming. It's definitely we are moving in a positive direction. Next, please. अगर जेनेसिस देखेंगे बोर्ड का 1979 से, and then unlike PCM, PCB और accountancy, business studies, math, CBSE कभी वोकेशनल स्ट्रीम भी चलाते थे. And अगर इस स्लाइड को देखेंगे, जॉब लिंक वोकेशनल कोर्स वाज वेरी मच पॉपुलर इन सीबीएसई स्कूल. हो सकता है सिलेक्टिव गवर्नमेंट स्कूल और सिलेक्टिव प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में चलता था, बट गिने चुने इंस्टीट्यूट उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट देते थे. लेकिन इकोनॉमिक इश्यूज के माध्यम से देयर आर सर्टेन क्राइसिस, सर्टेन अपॉर्चुनिटीज आर आल्सो इवॉल्विंग. तो वो चीज अभी नहीं चल रहा है. Abhi, as a standalone, again based on the feedback of CBSE school principal, we introduce a standalone vocational subject, and gradually under NBEQF and followed by NSQF and followed by NEP, अगर आप लास्ट 2024 को देखेंगे तो हम आज का तारीख में 34 स्किल मॉड्यूल, 22 स्किल सब्जेक्ट एट सेकेंडरी लेवल एंड 43 स्किल सब्जेक्ट एट सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल हम ऑफर करा रहा है. नेक्स्ट, आई एम स्किपिंग दिस. हाँ, ये स्किल मॉड्यूल का जस्ट एक रूपरेखा आप सब लोगों को पता है. तो ये फील्ड देखिए, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम पॉटरी टू सैटेलाइट और यहां पे एआई टू मास मीडिया, हर तरह का स्किल मॉड्यूल उपलब्ध है. अभी इसमें अगर रुचि नहीं है बोल के अगर कोई स्कूल मना कर देगा, वो बात मानने के लिए हम लोग तैयार नहीं हैं. क्योंकि हर बच्चे को चाहे अर्ली ईयर्स हो, चाहे वो पोटेंशियली प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर ऑल काइंड ऑफ कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स, कुछ ना कुछ विषय में उसका रुचि आवश्यक है. और उसको हम वोकेशनल उस ट्रेडिशनल माइंडसेट का साथ जोड़ नहीं रहा है, हम इसको स्किलिंग बोल रहा है. और उसमें आपका ऑल कॉम्पिटिटिव स्किल्स, ऑल रादर आई शुड टेक अप 21st सेंचुरी स्किल, किसी ना किसी तरह हम जुड़ सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. इसको भी हम, हाँ, ये आज का तारीख में जो बच्चा हम ऑफर कर रहे, वी हैव ए इंडिपेंडेंट साक्ष पोर्टल जिसका द्वारा स्कूल बेस्ड असेसमेंट में ये है, जो NCFAC इंटरनल असेसमेंट्स का बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें कंप्लीटली इंटरनल असेसमेंट और स्कूल ही उसको फिलअप करके जहां पे रिकमेंड कर रहे CBSE से सर्टिफिकेट जनरेट होता है। नेक्स्ट, अगर सेकेंडरी लेवल पे हम देखेंगे तो डेफिनेटली कुछ अच्छा रोचक फिगर हम आप लोगों को दिखा सकते हैं, IT से लेके एग्रीकल्चर तक, लेकिन ज्यादातर मास बेस्ड, जैसे मैं शुरुआती दौर में बोल रहा था, ICT लैब का हमारा CBSE एफिलिएटेड स्कूल्स पूरा इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। एंड दैट्स व्हाई अगर हम जर्नी 2012 में हम लोग 19 स्कूल से सेकेंडरी लेवल पे वोकेशनल का यात्रा शुरू हुआ है, और आज का तारीख में इट इज क्लोज टू 19,000 स्कूल। हालांकि मैक्सिमम स्कूल, मोर देन 70% schools are offering IT and IT allied subjects. बाकी कुछ सब्जेक्ट्स को भी रुचि दिखा रहा है स्कूल, बेस्ड ऑन द जियोग्राफिकल लोकेशन एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अवेलेबल। नेक्स्ट, सिमिलरली एट ग्रेड 11 एंड 12 उतना तेजी से हम सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल पे नहीं पहुंच पाया है बिकॉज ऑफ कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स। रीजन, चैलेंज क्या है आज का तारीख में, यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम्स में अगर उस सब्जेक्ट का, जो सब्जेक्ट 11-12 में बच्चा ले रहा है, उसका अगर सही तरह रिकॉग्निशंस नहीं है, तो मेनी ए टाइम स्कूल प्रिंसिपल डिस्करेज टू ऑफर द सब्जेक्ट्स इन द यूजुअल कॉम्बिनेशन। और इसी तरह जो कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशन भी हो रहा है, उसमें भी जो सब्जेक्ट लिस्टिंग नहीं होगा, तो देयर इज ए सम sort of discord. But at the same time, there is a urgent need to address the issue जो इनिशियली स्वयं जी फ्लैग कर रहे थे, जो bucketing of subject as per NCFAC, although it is a illustrative in nature, but वहां पे there is a possibility that ग्रुप 1 से 2 सब्जेक्ट लेना है और ग्रुप 2, 3, 4 मिला के 4 सब्जेक्ट लेना है। तो पॉसिबिलिटी, अगर किसी स्कूल प्रिंसिपल रिजिड हो जाते हैं कुछ देर के लिए, नहीं हम तो ग्रुप 3, 4, 5 से ही सब्जेक्ट ऑफर करेंगे, ग्रुप 2 से ऑफर नहीं करेंगे, देन NEP रिकमेंडेशन ऑन टचिंग एवरी इंडिविजुअल स्टूडेंट टुवर्ड्स वोकेशनलाइजेशन किसी जगह पे वो स्थिमित हो जाएंगे। तो वी नीड टू रीलुक, बट CBSE का स्कीम ऑफ स्टडीज we are trying to develop in a manner so that every child, every school, somewhere, अगर 10वीं तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होगा, टीचर होगा, तो डेफिनेटली स्कूल अपने आप मोटिवेट होगा सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल पे भी उस छात्र को सब्जेक्ट्स लेने के, एनकरेज करने के लिए। काफी सारे सब्जेक्ट्स है, डिजाइन थिंकिंग से लेके ऑटोमोटिव, फिनेंशियल मार्केट मैनेजमेंट से लेके फैशन स्टडीज, योगा भी अच्छी तरह, इवन अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एजुकेशन का ऊपर भी CBSE कोर्स ऑफर कर रहे हैं, जो कि ए सिंगल सब्जेक्ट है, बट देयर इज ए डिमांड फ्रॉम द स्कूल। अभी मैं इन फ्रॉम कोलकाता एंड रांची देयर वाज ए डिमांड, कैन दिस सब्जेक्ट्स be recognized for our early year teachers, unlike the diploma and all. So we may like to work with NCT to get due recognitions of this kind of skill subject also. Next, joint certificate दिया जाता है with many institute जिसका साथ CBSE ने agreement sign किया, जो industry भी है, और Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship का द्वारा CBSE, NCBT का द्वारा CBSE को एक असेसमेंट एंड अवार्डिंग बॉडी की तरह रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया है। तो CBSE कैन क्रिएट द कोर्स, ऑल्सो टेक अप द जॉब रोल्स एज रिकमेंडेड बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, जिन्होंने कुछ जॉब रोल्स को अपना समग्र शिक्षा का अंडर में रखा गया है, और एट द सेम टाइम CBSE अगर स्पेसिफिक जॉब रोल में अगर जाए तो दे कैन टेक द ड्यू अप्रूवल फ्रॉम द NCBT, और उस प्रोसेस में हम लोग कर रहा है अभी। नेक्स्ट, PMKVY 3.0 and 4.0 का द्वारा both our government schools, Commissioner JNB and Commissioner KB is very much present. Good number of schools of CBSE, both government systems as well as from the private systems, प्राइवेट इंडिपेंडेंट स्कूल्स को भी रोप इन किया गया है, जिनका स्कूल में लैब है. बहुत सारे स्कूल ने अप्लाई किया है ऑन फिक्स्ड जॉब रोल, और मेरे को खुशी हो रहा है आपसे शेयर करने के लिए दैट more than 281 private independent schools got training fees from Ministry of Skill Development. And but or another two more minutes, sir. Next. So these are all good achievement jointly carried out with the support of Ministry of Education. This is very important for all the school leader. A compendium, because बहुत सारे parents का तरफ से, बहुत सारे principal का तरफ से इन silos queries आता है, क्या vocational subject लेने का बात क्या है. So CBSE website में compendium of career and education pathway 39 skill subjects का बात क्या क्या है, सारे उपलब्ध है, और ये इसको हम रिवाइज भी करने जा रहा है, so that more information we can give it to you. Next. Next. May just 2 more minutes I'll take. Credit framework एक important topic है, और जिसको implement करने के लिए Ministry of Education CBSE को specially बोला गया है. And under this national credit framework हम अभी पायलट इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस के लिए मोर देन 2000 स्कूल्स को सिलेक्ट किया है, और जहां पे ग्रेड 6, ग्रेड 9 एंड ग्रेड 11 में with the SOP available we are going to implement, and gradually we'll understand जो other NEP recommendation है, especially the bagless day and special effort taken by the child by participating any kind of national or international student enrichment program or sports event, how this can be creditized. So one is basic framework understanding, other is from the field experts, from the practitioner, will take to understand, and those cumulated information by end of this year we are going to share with the ministry, and so that a comprehensive decisions we can take, so national credit framework can be implemented across the schools for all the classes. With this, let me stop here because this slide is important, but maybe during the question answer time we can discuss. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, कौशल शिक्षा पर इस बेहतरीन प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए आपका आभार. अब मेरा अनुरोध डॉक्टर प्रज्ञा एम सिंह, डायरेक्टर एकेडमिक्स सीबीएसई से वो आएं और होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड, विषय एवं पुस्तकों के सुव्यवस्थीकरण पर ज्ञानार्जन के लिए अपना संबोधन दें.
Namaskar, respected Secretary Education Sir, Chairman Sir, dignitaries from the Ministry of Education, my colleagues at CBSE, above all the principals who have joined us from different parts of the country as well as abroad, online as well as in person. My presentation actually lies in between. We began with this session began with the examinations, which is actually the end product of the entire education. And the next session is the affiliation, which is actually the beginning of the process of being affiliated to CBSE. My presentation lies mainly on focuses mainly on the assessments which we do while taking the teaching learning processes into account during the school times. And this actually aligns with what are the initiatives which have been taken by the board, and what are our views on that. Next slide. Now, NEP recommends moving towards the competency-based education, and we have initiated this process right from the foundational stage when we have implemented assessment as often for learning, wherein the competencies have been built into the holistic progress card. So this para 4.35 of NEP states that there has to be a 360-degree assessment of a child covering all domains of the child's progress, and it should be tracked right from the beginning, and also it should have the elements of self as well as peer assessments. So all these processes have been taken into account in the holistic progress card. We have released the card for the foundational stage, which is on the website under the handbook tabs. You can go through that. This card covers all the 6 domains that have been outlined in the National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage, along with the curricular goals and competencies. How to assess it? Everything has been given in detail in the implementation guide, which is also uploaded on the websites. So I request all the principals to kindly go through those implementation guides. It's not tedious, it's not very cumbersome, but it is very easy to do it if you have the will to do it. So you have to design your assessments accordingly, wherein you can actually assess the competencies together through one activity. So one activity actually can have assessment of 2 or 3 or 4 competencies in total. Examples are also given in our implementation guide. And this slide tells us about what efforts we have taken to make our schools aware about the HPC for the foundational stage. The contextualization for the middle and the preparatory and the middle stage is under process, and we plan to implement it from the next coming session. Before that, we will be doing various levels of orientations and trainings for our schools, so that this implementation can be done in true spirit. Next slide. Now, this is an important initiative, which is again a competency-based diagnostic assessment. It is as per the recommendation of para 4.40, and this is done for the key stages, that is 3, 5, and 8. But the board has implemented it for classes 5 and 8. And most of you who are here have been a part of the pilot, as well as some of you have registered for this 2024-25 cycle, for which we are going to start very soon in July. And approximately 11,974 schools have registered for this particular assessment. I would like to inform you that this is a diagnostic assessment, low stake but of high importance, because this assessment would tell us about which are the competencies where more efforts are required and more remedial measures are required for our children. Next. So you can see the journey. Class foundational stage, we have HPC, competency focus assessment. Then we have at the key stages, again we have the competency focus assessment. So this slide tells us about the key features of SAFL, which is structured assessment for analyzing learning. The name itself signifies a lot of things. SAFL means success and Safalta, and you all know that we want our children to be successful in all aspects so that they can be responsible citizens for our country. Now this assessment tests core competencies, and it is a competency focus assessment only. There is a framework which has been developed and also available on the website. The 3 areas in which it is being conducted is languages, EVS, science, and mathematics, and the handbooks for that are also uploaded on the website. You can refer to the framework therein. And the results would be a report which we are doing it digitally on the basis of through a digital platform. So right from the registration till the declaration of result in the form of a competency-wise report will be taken from that digital portal only. This result will be done in an anonymized manner. The students won't be shown their their reports as such, because ultimately if we do it, it would make this assessment high stake. As of now, we have received different queries कि क्या सफल में क्लास 5 और 8 में अगर पास होते हैं तो पास माना जाएगा. So I would like to inform all those who are watching this program as well कि this is a diagnostic assessment. It is neither a certifying examination nor a qualifying examination. It is a diagnostic assessment which will tell us in which competency which we need to work harder. And this is actually an eye-opener as well as enabler for schools as well as the principals who are a part of this cycle or this SAFL assessment. Now you can see we want to use this assessment for continuous diagnosis as well as development. Next slide. Now there are certain things which I would like to inform you as well here in all those who are present here. The SAFL report is an anonymized report. It would be done for only the classes or the sections. Section-wise report would be given, or not section, rather class-wise report would be given, so that it remains low stake but of high importance. Next thing is that during the conduct of this assessment, technical footprints will be on record and the data analysis will be done and scrutiny will be done before we finalize the report. I would like to inform you that that during the field test, which is an important part of entire assessment, which is a large-scale assessment here. So during the field test, we realized there were certain schools which had actually taken very less time to complete the test, or they continued doing the test till late night. So this was an outlier, and all those things we could notice through the data analysis. So at every level, while finalizing the report, the data analysis would be done, and I request all the principals who are going to be a part of this assessment that it is to be done, it has to be reliable, and this would be used for your own benefit, for your own teaching learning processes. So whatever, there's no need to have any sort of preparation. Whatever you are doing on the basis of the learning outcomes of NCERT, that much teaching learning is sufficient. There's no need to have any extra classes, there's no guidebook, there's no sample paper for this. So only the teaching learning processes which are competency focused, which you are doing in the classroom is sufficient. Next. Now this slide tells us about what all we have done to reach to this particular time now. Now that we have 11,974 schools, many things have been done. The software has been developed, and this software has taken multiple rounds of mock tests and trials and then improvements. It is a continuous process which we have been doing from 2021 onwards. Next. Now, next slide. So, back.
So, इस बार का तो हम लोग का voluntary basis पे है, but हम लोगों का target है a census of all schools, and what this year's exercise also revealing that many schools have deficient ICT structures in their schools. So 12,000 schools have volunteered, but शायद उसमें से 3,000 to 4,000 probably don't even have 40 computer systems to be able to conduct this particular assessment. But from next year, that is the target. We want to carry out a census of all schools in all the sections for all the children. So that won't be sample, that won't be voluntary, that would be compulsory. And every school would get the reports and everything. So the schools, the part is that the schools will actually spruce up their IT infrastructure. So that is a compulsory, essential part of it.
Thank you, sir. Next slide. Yes, coming back to the presentation, we have a circular related to the CBSE affiliation, which refers to the digital implementation of digital infrastructure in schools. That was released in March 2023. Kindly refer to that as well. Along with that, we have the digital requirements for SAFL, which is again a part of a circular. So you can refer to those circulars for any kind of query regarding digital infrastructure required for SAFL. So offering subjects at 2 level is another recommendation of National Education Policy, and we are doing it for the few subjects. Next slides. We are doing it for few subjects in English, Sanskrit, Mathematics, Urdu, and we are in contact with and in consultation with the NCERT how to scale it up further and to make it more available for different subjects. We have initiated these talks with NCERT. Next. Now, rationalization of syllabus is again one of the important recommendations of NEP, and our speakers in the first session also told us about how to reduce the stress and the content, so that as one of the principals had asked about the query, how to implement experiential learning and play-based learning and toy-based pedagogy, etc., all innovative pedagogies in the schools. So the only option is that to reduce the content, and NCERT has done it, and the rationale which NCERT has given. Next slide. It's on the website that it has been done to give more space to the different innovative pedagogies, which actually are competency focused in the so that all the important initiatives that we have taken through the NEP are actually implemented in the schools. So we have come to notice that during September, October also we get calls, we receive mails that ये syllabus गलत है या ये syllabus खराब है. ऐसा नहीं है. You have to refer to the syllabus which is actually uploaded on the website on cbseacademic.nic.in. So syllabus for 2024-25 was uploaded in March 24 only. So refer to that only. So those who are listening to me in the online mode also, please refer to the correct curriculum document which is uploaded on the website, along with the sample papers which we'll be releasing very soon in the months to come.
Should be proper assessment of how much the school can handle, how much a class can handle, especially in early years. so that the children, the justice is given to the education needs of the students. Next slide. Digital infrastructure is very, very important. As our chairperson sir has said, that minimum 40 computers must be there in one class in school, along with, this is the residential one, yeah, so detailed guidelines for residential schools were also issued. Next slide. And then, yeah, this is SQA. So basically, every school, whenever it goes for, as you know that CBSE gives 5 years of provisional affiliation, and you have to come to our portal every year to go for extension. Similarly, you have to fill every year details of OSs. So before filling any detail online, we ask for prior self-assessment against school quality assurance and assessment framework. This is very, very important because we are finding that schools are not filling or assessing themselves properly. This is a self-assessment tool. We request all the schools to please go through it and fill it properly, because it should, we actually mapped all the data, the SQAF data that was filled with the board results of the schools, the average of averages, and we found huge variance. So schools need to correct this and please fill your SQA data properly. Next slide. So this is regarding the digital infrastructure. It is very, very important that you must have computers, at least 40 computers, along with servers, internet connectivity, data backups. If you really want to, you know, this is the need of the hour now, and also next year we want all schools to participate in SAFAL. This is a mandatory requirement given by board. Next. This is regarding the NCF FS. Board has already mandated, we have adopted the NCF FS, and we expect all the schools to have classes from Bal Vatika to class 2. Now we are aware of the challenges that schools are facing. Next slide. Next. These are for, you know, class 1, 6. Then you can have 3 sections. So 3 Bal Vatika sections in your schools. But ultimately what is expected is that every, you know, every school of the board must have 3 Bal Vatika sections. Then contiguity of plots. We are realizing that in many cities the issue is regarding availability of more classrooms, especially if say if in class 1 a school is having 4 sections. So again in Bal Vatika, each class, it will require 4, so that will become 12 more sections. So we are aware of the issues that are there, that schools are facing. So a committee has been formed to analyze how this can be worked out. Then some of the schools also face issues. I mean, we are getting to know that in many of the schools there is an issue of multiple boards, that state board or CBSE board is running together, or CBSE board or international boards are running together. So we are aware of this also, and we are working on this. Again, we are bringing out a circular. Our chairperson sir has taken a review meeting with all the stakeholders to find out solution for this. Issue of dummy schools is also known to us. We are using lot of data to find out how is the increase happening in class 11th and 12th in few schools vis-a-vis in class 1 to 10th. And then streamlining NOC requirements from states, since we get NOCs in different formats. So we are trying to streamline that requirement also, so that schools there is a common format or common stand taken by the board. So all these issues are we know about all these issues, and board is working to find out solution of these issues in support with Ministry of Education. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. यस सर, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अब मेरा अनुरोध, हम सब अगले सत्र की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, जहां क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन होगा. क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन आपका भी और जो ऑनलाइन साथी जुड़े हुए हैं उनका भी. तो जो भी आपके प्रश्न हो आप लोग लिख लें, और ऑनलाइन जो साथी हैं वो हमें भेज दें ताकि हम उनके प्रश्न भी यहाँ ले सकें. अब मेरा अनुरोध चेयरमैन सर से कि वो हमारे सेक्रेटरी सर को लेकर मंच पर आएं. ये वो सेशन जब हम क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन करेंगे, हमारे सेक्रेटरी सर से मेरा अनुरोध मंच पर वो अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। साथ में श्री राहुल सिंह चेयरमैन CBSE से भी मेरा अनुरोध मैडम प्राची पांडे जी से आप भी मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। श्री हिमांशु गुप्ता सर सेक्रेटरी CBSE से भी मेरा अनुरोध आप अपना मंच पर स्थान ग्रहण करें। डॉक्टर संयम भारद्वाज कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जाम CBSE और डॉक्टर विश्वजीत साहा जो हमारे डायरेक्टर स्किल एजुकेशन हैं। अब मौका आप सबके पास, अपने प्रश्नों के साथ आप तैयार रहें। हमारा ये अतिथि मंडल आपके सभी प्रश्नों का उत्तर देने के लिए यहाँ तत्पर है। तो जो भी प्रश्न हैं आप लोग अपने हाथ ऊपर उठाएंगे, यू विल रेज योर हैंड। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और कोशिश करेंगे हम उन साथियों से, मैडम आप जी कॉर्नर।
I am Dr. Sudha Acharya here, Principal ITL Public School. My question is that CBSE is now offering 2 levels of every subject, like we have now English and Maths, and they are trying to extend it to other subjects. So my question is, who will provide the books for that? Because in Maths now we have only 1 book, 1 syllabus, same teaching, but in board exam we have 2 levels of question paper. So when we are extending to other subjects, who will provide the books? Can CBSE provide us the books? And similarly for the skill subject also, why can't we give the flexibility in 11, 12 that the child can offer any 5 subject, can opt for any 5 subject? Why should we stream it that PCM or something like that? Why there is not complete flexibility that skill subject and main subject together? And the books be available, because now it is only in PDF form. Teachers really need it in plain form. Thank you.
So I will give a very brief answer to this. So as you understand, at the government level, it was decided that largely we would be following NCERT book. So we have requested NCERT already to create textbooks. However, there are still subjects, including applied maths in +2, where NCERT books are not there, so there we have PDF. There is also an issue, as Secretary Sir was briefing in the morning, I think there was an issue about how, about the private publishers to be using private books as reference books only, but NCERT as the main resource. So the first effort or the first endeavor would be to get NCERT to publish books for all subjects that we are offering. Failing that, we will create a mechanism, alternative mechanism in consultation with the ministry. So the ministry is aware of it, and so we will have some clarity soon. Hopefully before the next academic session begins, we will have this much of clarity as to what is to be done. Regarding the skill subjects, I think the scheme of studies is already very clear. Flexibility ultimately lies with the school as per the scheme of studies. So the school has to decide what combinations they are offering. Ideally CBSE, as far as CBSE goes, we are open to lots of combinations, as you are aware. सबसे पीछे के रो से बुलाइए।
एक अनुरोध आप सबसे, प्रश्न बहुत छोटा आप पूछें ताकि हम अधिक प्रश्न ले सकें। सबसे आखिर में जो मैम हैं, प्लीज आप मैम जी।
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to mention that if we look at the new proposals that are there, for classes 9th and 10th, there is an option that later on 6 vocations will be coming up, and we will have internships also with the different institutions. So somehow we are at a loss right now to understand how that will be carried forward with the given stipulated curriculum, the time frame of the school and the working hours of the school, sir.
Actually, if you deeply look into the NCFEC recommendation, especially NCFEC document, the structure, notional hour, as illustrated by the committee, was very robust. And there, especially on the language R1, R2, R3, there is a lot of rationalization of notional hour. So by 210 hour, all 3 languages can be offered. For science, social science and math, it is something around 110 to 120 hours, or rather maximum 135 hours. and then comes your interdisciplinary area or for 9 onwards, but 6 to 8 for vocational, it is roughly 110 hours, and also followed by physical education, physical and health education and art education. Again, it is roughly within 100 to 120 hours. So in total, it comes something around 955 hours. At present, school transaction hours is roughly 1000 to 1200 hours if you calculate, recalculate whatever way based on your notional timetable. So absolutely the recommendations, if you are supposed to implement, there are no additional bearing for the school transaction hour, even if you include internship both online and physical. Thank you.
जी अगला प्रश्न इधर से सर आप.
Sir, good afternoon to all. See, one concern is there. Students who are registered for CBSE, SSE and SSCE are also getting registered and given admit cards to appear for NIOS examination. Now, and because of that, they are not even bothered to write the supplementary examination, or this is also seen in dummy children.
इस प्रश्न के बाद अगला प्रश्न फॉरेन स्कूल से होगा. अभी इस प्रश्न का जवाब लेते हैं, उसके बाद जो भी हमारे साथी फॉरेन स्कूल से हों वो तैयार रहेंगे.
I'll have to look into it. So I've noted down your point and we'll come back to you on this. But I think you've raised a very valid point.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm from the foreign school, sir. Can I just ask this question? I'm coming from West Africa. And my question is, sir, that the school is offering a lot of flexibility in the terms of the combination of subjects. But the apprehension that parents come up with and have is whether the higher institutions will give admissions to the students with that combination. Most of the times, parents do not agree to have a flexibility of one science subject, something from the humanities, and even from the commerce or a skill subject. So some kind of a document or some kind of a reassurance or some kind of information, if it is available, I think that would go a long way in giving a reassurance to the parents that yes, it would translate into higher education. That is something I would want to bring forth. Thank you so much.
So may I ask a
I think I've
connected
noted
question?
it. So ultimately, it is also to be taken up with the Department of Higher Education, and they are also working on it. So, but our limitations are in the board and in the department both, that ultimately it is the university system which has to decide the intake.
Yeah.
They are also working on equivalences. Let me assure you about that.
Yeah, thank you. And can I have some?
एक सेकेंड सर, एक सेकेंड, चूंकि हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन भी बहुत सारे साथी जुड़े हुए हैं, उनके प्रश्न लगातार हमारे पास आ रहे हैं. जी.
I would just like to
Good
add.
afternoon, sir.
एक सेकेंड सर.
I would just like to add that what the point that you made, that the parents, it is more a matter of awareness rather than some issues which are there, because we are also working with UGC when we are looking at these subjects, and similarly, you know, the subjects are being increased in say entrance exams like the SUET, etc., so that all children get the same kind of opportunity regardless of the subjects that they do. So the point is very well taken that perhaps we can prepare some material which would go a long way towards easing the fears. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. एक सेकेंड, चूंकि ऑनलाइन प्रश्न भी हमारे पास आ रहे हैं, एक प्रश्न लगातार फ्लोट हो रहा है, अलग अलग लोगों ने पूछा है, और वो ये है कि when will we start taking board exams twice a year? ये प्रश्न लगातार फ्लोट हो रहा है सर. जी.
सही बताओ. This is what we are. So अभी आप लोगों ने एक प्रेजेंटेशन देखा था कंट्रोलर एग्जामिनेशंस का. So इन्होंने लॉजिस्टिक्स के हिसाब से बताया as per the current scheme. So there are 3 or 4 factors which will ultimately have to bear in mind. First of all, syllabus cover होने, whether the syllabus will be covered before we hold the first board exam or not. The scheme of studies. So I think there's a common concern. So uske karan there are certain limitations. Subsequently, before the admission season for the institutions of higher learning closes, या उसके सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस का जो डेट्स है उससे कोइंसाइड नहीं करना है either the first or the second board exams. So there are certain set of limited choices within which we have to work, and there are logistics challenges also. So ultimately it will be the ministry's decision which we will implement to the hilt, while taking care that we are actually be able to do something which is doable and which will not inconvenience students as well as teachers unduly. So we'll try to come up with something which is practical.
थैंक यू सर। एक और प्रश्न YouTube से हमारे पास है।
Is that a clap for yes or is a clap for no?
It's a really challenge.
Sir, for the requirement of teachers also. Teachers are required for checking the papers, sir.
Yes, yes.
So if they go for checking the papers, what will happen to the other classes?
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So logistics includes requirement of teachers for invigilation, requirement of school premises for conduct of examination, requirement of teachers for correction of copies and everything. So logistics includes all of that.
At the same time, sir, the number of subjects in each examination has been recommended as a more. In any NCF, the number of subjects in grade 10 has been recommended as a 7 external examination and 3 internal with the help of the external examiner. That has been given, and at the same time, whereas in grade 12 it has been recommended as a 4 plus 2. 2 is this language and 4 in that one, that's 6. Whereas now we are running with the 5 subjects. So that's why the number of examinations are also increasing. So it will take more time for evaluation as well as for conducting the examination.
Definitely the stress levels of the teachers will go up, and if we have to hire more staff, it's going to be a financial burden.
Just one small thing. What we are hearing from students is we are getting emails. आप लोग जल्दी जल्दी ये कर दीजिए, हमें बहुत स्ट्रेस है। ये बच्चे बोल रहे हैं, कुछ पेरेंट्स भी बोल रहे हैं। But probably हम लोगों को लगता है कि stress will actually go up. But we are getting certain emails saying that from students which say that their stress levels will go down if there are multiple board exams in a year.
Sir, we also want to understand whether it will be semester system if you apply 2 boards, or will it be annual system, because the coverage of syllabus will depend on that. I think it will be annual system. Sir, I have a question that, sir, why can't we start classes on March 1st? Why is it made to April 1st? Classes of 11th and which are class 12 and class 10. Where are the teachers? April 1st. Why can't we have it on March 1st only for them?
मेरा आप सबसे एक अनुरोध है, जब भी कोई साथी प्रश्न कर रहे हो तो आप उन्हें सुनिए और उसके बाद यहां से जो एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन मिलेगी वो जवाब यहां से मिलेगा। तो हम सब आपस में बात ना करें और अपने साथी को पूरे सम्मान के साथ सुनें।
Sir, can I have a question which
regarding this board examination, we have taken note of your concern. I think the larger question which the NCF SE is addressing is to reduce the tension of examination. Whether the second examination, whether having an option for a second examination is actually going to reduce the tension of the student or not, that is the larger question. The scheduling has already been shown by Israel, and also the scheduling has to be matched with that of the higher education system. See, like for instance, if you take colleges start on a particular day, you must have the results of the second examination also released before that. Otherwise, the beginning of the higher education session will also get delayed. So there are many large questions. We have taken note of your concern, and I think we'll take a very appropriate decision on this. I can assure you. Thank you.
Sir, can I?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अब हम लोग एक बार फिर ऑनलाइन जो प्रश्न आ रहे हैं उन पर चलते हैं. विकास डोगरा जी का प्रश्न है, सर प्लीज क्लियर that 3 language formula is to be adopted in class 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th from this session.
Well, this session has already started. This session has already started, and we are also under obligation because the NCF SE has been accepted by the government, and based on that NCF SE textbooks are being created. So I think we should mentally prepare ourselves.
एक इधर पीछे सर, जिन्होंने एक बार प्रश्न पूछ लिया दूसरे साथी को मौका दीजिए प्लीज. उधर से सर प्लीज जी.
I'm Dr. Dignitary Welcome, principal Salavila. I'm from the northeast. I'm from Govt, and I can see there are a few more principals from the northeast. We have a general issue with the native subject. Being from the northeast, there are more than 200 tribes, sub-tribes, clans. So we want a clear definition of the native subject that has been implemented now. This is the section that moreover, so my second question is that in case of transfer, when a child gets transferred from one state to another state.
सर माइक छोड़ दीजिए, है ना.
So when a child gets transferred from one state to another state, having done a substantial portion of having learned a substantial portion of a language, what does he or she do when he or she is transferred to another state?
See, these are very important questions, and these are in our mind also. When each and everything will be decided, we will come out with the solution of these problems. We are aware of that, say Maharashtra student is studying Marathi and he will come to Kerala, then what will happen? So because it is all transition is safe, we are working on it, but we will ensure that no student is having any problem.
थैंक यू सर. एक और क्वेश्चन यूट्यूब से हम लोग ले रहे हैं. इज देयर एनी रूब्रिक्स फॉर ओपन बुक एग्जामिनेशन? Is it mandatory to have open book exams in grade 9 and 11? Thank you, sir. एक और क्वेश्चन YouTube से हम लोग ले रहे हैं. Is there any rubrics for open book examination? Is it mandatory to have open book exams in grade 9 and 11?
Yeah, I would like to inform that this open book assessment is just the pilot study we are doing, and it is not mandatory. It's neither mandatory nor compulsory. So we are just doing a study right now to assess the feasibility of this kind of assessment, which is one of the recommendations of NCF SE, and everything, whether how much resources we require, what kind of preparation is required by the teachers as well as the students in the schools will be done as part of study only.
I have a request, sir. May I share my request?
एक सेकेंड हम लोग यहाँ से पॉइंट आउट कर. प्लीज मैम. सर
My first request is that
प्लीज मैम, प्लीज वेट.
when a student moves from one region to another, and the first school is offering a skill subject, the second school does not, can we have a region-wise list of schools and the skill subjects that they offer seen on the CBSE website, helping parents to choose schools accordingly and therefore continue with the skill subject? The second request to CBSE is, since the year 24-25 has been declared as a higher focus on art integration, similarly many schools and teachers are looking out for guidance for understanding theory to practice. Can there be blogs on different guidelines of NEP initiated by CBSE, where every single school can upload exemplars or action plans, anything that they are doing on the lines of experiential learning, art integration, project-based learning and other things, so that becomes a repository and everyone can go through that.
Thank you very much. So there are two parts to your intervention. One is about the information availability on skills and also other things which should be relevant. So that is a very fair ask, I think that should be done. But the second part is about creating sort of a community on a shared community where and curate it in such a subhead so that people can actually share what they are doing in their respective schools. I think that's a very good idea. We'll try to implement it. I think we had a foreign school from there. Can you come in, please?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Vishal Kadaria, Principal, DPS Ajman, UAE. So out of around 250 schools abroad, 100 plus schools are in UAE. And though the schools are very keen to implement the recommendations from NEP and NCF, NCRF, but there are some difficulties in implementation because we have to comply with governing authorities, local governing authorities. For example, 3 languages in grade 9 and 2 languages in grade 11. Arabic being a compulsory language for UAE schools. And the curriculum in Arabic is not the CBSE curriculum. We have to follow the curriculum which is given by Ministry of Education UAE. So I would like to request if foreign schools can be exempted, or there can be some special consideration for foreign schools. For example, in this language, 3 languages and 2 languages in grade 9th and 11th.
We'll take whatever decision we'll take will be appropriate, and we'll consider the foreign schools as well. The requirement.
Hello, sir.
2 क्वेश्चन सभागार से हमने किए हैं. अब एक क्वेश्चन यूट्यूब से एक बार फिर हम ले रहे हैं.
So in the same continuation, can I pose a question to the panel? I am representing GIS Tokyo, and we do run a school where we have more Japanese students than Indian in a CBSE school. So talking about the 3 language policy, of course it is wonderful to have 3 languages being learned, but the challenges which foreign schools normally come to face with is finding a resource of a teacher teaching Indian language. Second is that if our students have to do another language in grade 9 and above, they would prefer learning Japanese rather than learning another Indian language. So, so these are just some challenges we are posing. It's not that we are in fact very happy to have this implementation of the language policy with a school with diverse, multinational students. Thank you.
ऑनलाइन यूट्यूब पर एक कंसर्न है, स्टूडेंट्स एज वेल एज पेरेंट्स आर अफ्रेड ऑफ सफल एग्जाम. हाउ कैन वी मोटिवेट देम? और दूसरा इसी में प्रश्न है, कैन वी रजिस्टर फॉर सफल नाउ?
Hello, sir. I'll take the second question first. Can we register for SAFL now? No. The cycle for SAFL this year is closed. Registration is already closed. The entire data has to be, whatever activities we are doing, it has to be planned according to the data submitted till the registration window was closed. And on the demand of schools, we had extended the date for 1 week also, but still if you have not done it, you have to wait for the next session. And second thing is that how to, because I would like to address to the principals here who are also listening and joining online, do not be afraid of SAFL. It is for your benefit only. It is for the benefit of entire education ecosystem. इससे डरने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं. As I said, it is neither a certifying examination nor qualifying examination. हमें ये बताएगा कि कहाँ हमें ज़्यादा मेहनत की ज़रूरत है. तो यदि आप ज़्यादा इस पे एम्फेसिस डालेंगे कि तैयारी करवाएं, क्लास में इस तरीके से पढ़ाएं, so unnecessarily there is no need to put pressure on the students. So it has to be taken into the true spirit of being a diagnostic assessments only, which is low stake but of high importance. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जी मैम.
Hello.
सर जी मैम.
Sir, just another concern regarding the 3 language formula. I am Ms. Naina Dhillon, principal of Vidya Devi General School, Hisar. This is a concern on behalf of residential schools because we get students from all across the country and also from all over the country as well as abroad. So how will a school like ours and other residential schools, if you could guide us about how we decide which regional language is the one that we will have to adopt? Thank you.
That of the geographical location.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question to make.
Sir, please wait.
Yeah, so normally regarding the residential schools language thing, normally it would be the regional language of the state where the school is situated. And the school can also offer, so it's up to the school ultimately. And it can also offer languages which is spoken by most of the intake which is coming to that school. So it is up to the school ultimately.
Yes.
May I?
जी मैम.
Good afternoon.
Yes, can I have one?
सर प्लीज उधर क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं ना, प्लीज वेट.
I'm from Mahadevi Birla World Academy, Kolkata. Very quick question. Like parents are intimidated by Safal, some are also scared of the credit system because it means constant attendance. So when will the credit system be implemented for after the piloting is over? Thank you so much.
So after understanding the pilot implementation, especially in grade 6, 9 and 11, we'll look into these things comprehensively, and as per the government desires, we are going to implement. And maybe my request to the August gathering, let us be mentally ready from 2025.
Thank you very much, sir, for clarifying.
जी सर.
My question is, sir,
Please.
Can I just?
Yeah.
I think the basic idea is that children in school should not be scared of being tested. Now, if you are scared of shuffle, you are scared of the board exam, you are scared of being assessed and being given credit because it requires constant attendance, I think somewhere we are failing. And I think this issue will have to be addressed by you.
I think, sir, very little was said about the parents. I think we need to have some mandatory training for parents so that they don't put so much pressure. The amount of time we take in counseling the parents in choice of subjects is mind-boggling, actually. They all want science and maths and they feel there's no life without that. So I think CBSE should help us in that so that somehow we can work together and a complete, you talk about 360 degrees feedback, and I think parents really need to change their mindset. And if we can take your help from that to help them change their mindset. Mandate some training, cyber training for example. There are hardly any parents who come. We have a hall full ready for them, but they don't end up attending, and then there are problems that happen. So I think some mandated training for parents is also very important. It's only, I know it's a wish, it's a wish we all have, but whether it can be fulfilled or not lies in our collective effort. Thank you.
It's a major concern, sir, and it starts with the foundation.
Can I just, we have requested the gentleman sitting next year.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir. And actually, in his presentation of Dr. Saha, he has told that requirement is the skill lab in every school. And maybe I'll be asked to these questions. Okay, maybe to Himanshu sir, that in our new affiliation schools, okay, in our module of whatever the SARAS 5.0, whether we have integrated that requirement or else, okay, like for what would be the new schools as well as what would be the old school in making this skill lab.
So this was brought in the, this has been passed by the skill committee, and we are drafting rules how to implement it, and we will take care of the issues of the old schools also, and for obviously for new schools it will be compulsory.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. एक बार फिर हमें ऑनलाइन प्रश्न, क्योंकि वहाँ भी एक बहुत बड़ी संख्या हमारे साथ है, उनका एक प्रश्न
है इसी के साथ.
जी प्लीज प्रोसीड.
You know, we are sensitizing parents and we are sensitizing students as well. So we are working on that no silos kind of thing and incorporating a lot of skill subjects. Now the problem or the issue that comes with schools is that अगर 2 बच्चे ले रहे हैं, 3 बच्चे ले रहे हैं, so the teacher resource becomes a kind of a liability. But in case 5 or 6 schools can jointly put in and pool the resources and have one teacher, so we can offer endless number of combinations to our students.
But when the affiliation process is there, can that one teacher be reflected in 3 to 4 or 5 schools? Because this way we can actually have pooling of resources.
So there is always a balance between, let's say, desirability of a certain thing and also governance issues cropping up if a certain amount of relaxation is given. You are very well aware of the governance issues which can arise. But in any event, not only in this, also in counseling. So Himanshu is working on a qualification requirement for counselors, which will actually be sufficiently available so that all schools have a counselor rather than have a idealistic set of guidelines of qualifications required for counselors. So that most of the schools actually don't have counselors today. So we'll have to come up with something practical, but also we have to keep the interest of governance in mind, so that they don't give rise to governance issues.
Sir, very related question for the skill education also. Here I am Nityanand Singh from Patanjali Shikol, Prayagraj. Because as Sahaji was showing so many subtitles for the skill education, the same thing happens because we have limited teachers. So of course, because of the limited teachers, we are not able to impart this skill education in so many titles or so many areas. So this question also lies with this skill part also, that if are we going to recruit teachers for these particular skills, different kind of teachers, because most of the schools are running the skill education with their present teacher only. And that's why there is a limitation that we are running IT is a common skill subject, which sir was saying that in the many schools. So this is also a limitation for the skill education also, because then the schools have to recruit different teachers, part-time teachers for different kind of skills.
No, I think we got
Sir, in rural areas, teachers are not even available.
So we have to. So the issue is understood. How to respond to it? Whether we reskill existing teachers? What is the qualifications that we would, the formal qualifications that we will sort of prescribe? All of it will have to look into it. So the concerns are noted.
Sir, I have a question. This is for Himanshu sir. Can a school have 2 shifts of Balvatikas? Just to illustrate my point, say a school has got 4 sections in class first. So can they have 4 sections in 2 shifts for Balvatikas, because the time is the time given for Balvatikas is generally less. Given the constraint, if the school's infrastructure is not enough to support 4 sections. So if we can have it in 2 shifts and in class 1 4 sections that way, so is that possible, sir?
Schools can apply for
Sir, in continuation to that, if we can make a request that because the schools are getting very heavy starting from Balvatika up to class 12, can we have Balvatika in a different campus nearby or have feeder schools?
So that we have noted this point, and in fact we have shown the slide also regarding the contiguous plots policy, and we are working on it, and you will soon get information from the board on this issue.
So can I go, sir? Can I go ahead with my question, sir? My question is regarding mother tongue as a medium of instruction. Most of the CBSE schools, just now I also came to know that 75% of them private schools, most of them being English medium schools, and especially in South India, like Chennai, we have CBSE schools for especially catering to people who are on transferable jobs. So how do you think we will be able to bring in mother tongue as a medium of instruction? Because my concern is because in SCOA, there are many questions related to how much we are able to promote mother tongue. But the very basic existence of CBSE schools in cities in South is for catering to the diverse linguistic groups. So how do you think we can implement mother tongue as a medium of instruction? Thank you, sir.
That is noted, as we said, we were discussing it outside as well. So I think the concerns around the language, what will finally be the scheme of study, we will bear in mind also whether it will be offered at multiple levels, which subjects, which schools, which kind of schools, international, Indian. So we will keep in mind all these concerns when we finally come up with the scheme of examinations and study finally.
उधर सर एक सेकेंड पीछे मैम
Sir, this is
a very ticklish issue. Within the country, we speak several languages. There are colleagues from foreign countries who are running schools. They are bound by the language formula of that particular country. But then when NEP says that children learn best in their mother tongue. And school, there is a service area approach in schools, which many of the CBSE schools may not fit into. Now in Chennai, if you have 100 students in 40 students in a class, God knows their parents might be speaking very different languages at home.
Absolutely.
There are issues, but then I also must say that if you look at the service area approach, out of the 14.6 lakh schools which are there in the country, CBSE is 28,000.
Yes.
What about a rural school which is there in Tamil Nadu? What language should you use there? So,
Tamil, no.
one jacket may not fit all,
yeah.
but the essence of NEP is that children learn best in their mother tongue.
Absolutely, absolutely. But then also another concern to this is many parents are not willing to put their children through the mother tongue education. Again, we need to create awareness. Everybody wants to go for English medium education.
Principal Saiba, we have taken note of your concern. I know we all understand that English is an aspirational language. And there are issues. If the answers were easier, then our head would have been resting a little lighter on our shoulders.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक और YouTube पर कंसर्न है सर, फॉर्मेट्स। जी मैम।
अभी use this one.
So actually, of course, we are all very cognizant of the fact that especially in urban areas today, where there's a much more cosmopolitan society that is there, but mother tongue based learning is also linked to learning outcomes at a younger age. So children's minds are also very flexible. We have to appreciate that. We do not want to burden their learning. So this is just a platform to equalize their learning opportunities. It is not to the exclusion of any one method of learning. So this is just encouraging that, and I think we have to look at it with an open mind rather than just thinking that it will, there are various models also which are possible. Only in the initial years, when the children are just trying to grasp certain learning or certain concepts, they move on to another language. So it should not always be confused with the main medium of instruction. I would just give a very simple example that, for instance, in Delhi, in the schools which are there, obviously there are children from the entire country who are there, but in the lower classes, certainly Hindi and even Punjabi is being used because the teacher feels that it is easier to communicate with the children in that language. That is not because it is being mandated by anybody. It is because they are willing to reach out to the children's needs, and that is how we have to look at this issue.
No, as educators, we realize the importance of teaching through the mother tongue. But how do we convince the public at large? That's the my concern.
जी धन्यवाद मैम। एक प्रश्न लास्ट में बिल्कुल, मैम आप लीजिए।
This is Umaira Arif from Balguru School, Bhopal. So my concern is we are already running a school from class 1 to 12, having a strength of 2,500, and we are interested in opening the Bal Vatika. Now your circular dated 24th March 23 states that there is no requirement of additional land. So in the existing land which we have been permitted and affiliated for 2,500, can we have additional sections, sir?
You must have got additional sections for Bal Vatika.
Yes.
And also we are revising the norms for the schools so that if they want more, they want to go for vertical mobility, they can go. Or we are revising our contiguity plots policy also.
Okay, sir. So for that we'll have to wait for this year.
जी थैंक यू। सिर्फ प्रश्न हम लोग करेंगे और अब आज का ये अंतिम प्रश्न सर।
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Vipin Kumar Sahu from the Public School, Bhubaneswar. Sir, my question is relating to rationalized syllabus. The query is whether JEE Advanced will follow the rationalized syllabus.
I must clarify, CBSE or the Department of School Education, they don't really deal with this particular set, but we will communicate this particular concern or query to the Department of Higher Education.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। यहाँ हमारा प्रश्न उत्तर काल खत्म हो रहा है और इन शब्दों के साथ कि ख्वाहिशें से नहीं गिरते हैं फूल झोली में, कर्म की शाख को हिलाना होगा, कुछ नहीं होगा कोसने से अंधेरे को, अपने हिस्से का दिया खुद ही जलाना होगा। तो इन प्रश्नों के साथ मेरा अब अनुरोध डॉक्टर रामशंकर जी से, मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय सेक्रेटरी सर से इस अवसर पर हम सबको आशीर्वचन अपना दें। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से आइए स्वागत करें।
I think we've had a very fascinating session and a good conversation, and we also could sense that there's a fair amount of apprehension regarding the kind of transition which is taking place. The NEP 2020 has come. It suggests a little different way of looking at the school education per se here, because we are discussing school education. It is suggesting changes, and we are getting apprehensive. I think there is absolutely no need to get apprehensive. It is a good education which we have received. It will make us transition, over this all kind of changes which are being suggested. And it is not that we have not done it in the past. In the past also we keep doing it all the time. Look at the way technology is impacting our lives. And now with artificial intelligence, I think the way school education is going to be conducted in our classrooms, many of us don't even quite realize as to what may be the changes. Yet we are not apprehensive about that. But other things like board examinations, other things about languages, all these things, they are affecting us a little more than the other changes. It should not happen. The change is a change, and I think change is a part of life. And we've done it so well in the past. Imagine if you look back 30 years back in your life, you will realize how many changes you have transitioned over. And I think most of the changes have been for the better. This is also going to be for the better, I can assure you. And Anurag Behr, in his presentation, he said that we should sit down and read the NCF SE in spite of the fact that it is about a 600-page document. But 600-page document is not too much. I think you can organize joint reading sessions with all your school teachers, and you can have it in the staff room. Or if there's a teacher who's very bright and he's good at fast reading, give him or her the job and spend an hour or two every week with them so as to cover the nuances of the NCF SE. Nuances are very important because education teaches us to deal with the nuances of life. And to a very large extent, these nuances make all the difference. I think in the first session, somebody asked a question. You know, you would know it better than me. Education is not only in the books, and it is not only there in the 7 and 8 hours a child spends in the classroom or in the school. It is all throughout. And there will be so many questions that you may have in your mind, which many of us will not be able to answer to your satisfaction. But we have to find a way. And I will end up with a small story, because I met Father Christo here. Where is Father Christo? So he's the principal of St. Michael's, Patna. And one of my very senior colleague, whose elder brother was studying in that school, he narrated the story to me. His elder brother used to stammer. And that actually took away his confidence. So the principal noted that this boy is stammering. So one day he was called by the principal, and the principal said that, look, I see that you stammer. Can you come on every Sunday to me, and I'm willing to work on you. But you'll have to come and spend at least 2 hours with me on Sundays. The boy agreed. On every Sunday he would bike down to the school, and the principal would spend 2 hours with him every Sunday until the boy lost his stammering. He has a very successful career somewhere in the United States. This was not part of the curriculum. This was not part of anything which we may otherwise envisage. But you all are principals. You have the Midas touch. You have that stick in your hand which can convert base metals into gold. You can do that. This change is very, I would say, मामूली. ये सब होता रहता है जिंदगी में, but we are all there to make difference in the lives of the children with whom we are spending 220 to 240 days a year. And if you spend 220 to 240 days a year with a child, you'd be able to notice the slightest change in the behavior of that child. You are actually the real parents of the children. He goes back home. I don't know to what extent his parents actually are trained to notice the kind of feelings the boy is under or the girl is undergoing. So on this very happy note, I would say read the NCF SE once again, and if there is a demand, then we can have a session like this on a regular basis, and I'm sure that next time you will come, you will be exhibiting far less apprehension as I see in this hall today. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और अब मेरा अनुरोध
के बारे में मेरा पर्सनली बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं that I will share in private with Mr. Christu for the Christu.
डॉक्टर रामशंकर, डायरेक्टर ट्रेनिंग, आए और अपना संक्षिप्त वोट ऑफ थैंक्स हम सबके बीच रखें।
सबसे पहले मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं सभी इस सभागार में उपस्थित प्रधानाचार्यों का और उन सभी शिक्षक गणों का और प्रधानाचार्यों का जो ऑनलाइन माध्यम से हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं। इसके साथ ही मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं श्री संजय कुमार जी के प्रति, जो सचिव हैं स्कूल शिक्षा और साक्षरता विभाग भारत सरकार में। सर, आपके निरंतर मार्गदर्शन में हम उन्नति और तरक्की के पथ पर अग्रसर हैं और आपके द्वारा समय समय पर जो समय आप CBSE को प्रदान करते हैं उसके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं श्री राहुल सिंह जी के प्रति, चेयरमैन केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड के प्रति। इतने कम समय में आपने इस तरह के कार्यक्रम हेतु हमें प्रोत्साहित किया। यह आपके गतिशील नेतृत्व का ही सुपरिणाम है कि आज हम यहाँ बैठे एक दूसरे के साथ में विचार विनिमय कर सके। इसके साथ मंत्रालय के जो हमारे शीर्ष अधिकारीगण हमारे बीच में हैं, श्री विपिन कुमार जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री आनंद राव पाटिल जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्रीमती प्राची पांडे जी, संयुक्त सचिव अर्चना शर्मा अवस्थी जी, डॉक्टर अमरप्रीत दुग्गल जी, आप सभी के प्रति भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने अपना कीमती समय दिया और आपकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति से यह कार्यक्रम और बेहतर हुआ। मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं प्रथम सत्र में हमारे जो वक्ता रहे डॉक्टर मंजुल भार्गव जी का, श्री अनुराग बेहर जी का, जिन्होंने न केवल हमारे विचारों को उद्वेलित किया बल्कि हमारी जो आशंकाएं थीं उनके ऊपर अपने सुझाव और विचार और जो भी आवश्यक इनपुट्स थे वो दिए। इसके साथ ही साथ मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं प्रोफेसर पंकज अरोड़ा जी का, चेयरपर्सन NCT, और सुश्री केसांग शेरपा जी का, मेंबर सेक्रेटरी NCT, जिनकी उपस्थिति यहाँ पे गरिमामय उपस्थिति से हमें प्रोत्साहन मिला। इसके साथ ही साथ मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ प्रोफेसर सुनीति संवल जी NCERT से, और साथ ही साथ मैं केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड के प्रत्येक इनिशिएटिव में कंधे से कंधा मिला के कार्य करने वाली संस्थाएं, केंद्रीय विद्यालय संगठन और नवोदय विद्यालय के कमिश्नर श्रीमती निधि पांडे जी का, श्री विनायक गर्ग जी का, आपके द्वारा हमेशा समय समय पर हमें सहयोग प्राप्त हुआ है और हम मिलकर बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स में काम करते हैं। इसके अलावा मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं अपने सभी CBSE के साथी डायरेक्टर्स का। खासतौर से जो सेशन ले रहे थे हमारे संयम भारद्वाज जी, कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन, और डायरेक्टर एकेडमिक डॉक्टर प्रज्ञा एम सिंह जी का। इसके अलावा केवीएस एनवीएस के अन्य अधिकारीगण हमारे बीच में आए, उनका भी आभार। साथ ही साथ मैं विशेष जिक्र करना चाहूँगा श्री हिमांशु गुप्ता जी का, सचिव केंद्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा बोर्ड। जिस दिन से कार्यक्रम की घोषणा हुई, 24 घंटे लगातार इस प्रोग्राम को कैसे सफल बनाया जाए, उनको और उनकी पूरी टीम को साधुवाद और धन्यवाद। ताजमहल 2 तरह के पत्थरों से जाना जाता है, एक चमकते हुआ संगमरमर जो सबकी आंखों को लुभाता है, लेकिन वो टिका है उन पत्थरों के ऊपर जो नींव में है, जिनकी और किसी की निगाह नहीं जाती और जिक्र नहीं होता। तो इस कार्यक्रम में प्रत्यक्ष और साथ ही साथ अप्रत्यक्ष रूप में जिन्होंने योगदान किया, उनका भी आभार। आप सभी का धन्यवाद।
लंच पे ले आप बुलाना है ना? हाँ जी,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में बस इतना। आप सब लोग लंच के लिए अब आमंत्रित हैं। एक बार आइए जोरदार तालियों से हम अपने मंचस्थ सभी प्रिंसिपल्स एनेक्सी बिल्डिंग में जाएंगे लंच के लिए।